Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Harmony Center's Small Solutions Conference. My name is Leigh Greaves, and as the chair of the organizing committee and a founding board member of Harmony Center Owen Sound, I can't tell you how excited I am to be here with you today in this building that was carefully built over 150 years ago by Scottish settlers on the precious ancestral lands of the Anishinaabe Nation, the Ojibwe, the Odawa, and the Potawatomi, the people of the Three Fires. We are grateful for this good land and this beautiful old building, and for the community effort that has brought us together to hear solutions to some vexing problems. We think it's fitting to hold a solutions conference here because, of course, Harmony Center is itself a solution. 13 years ago, this deconsecrated church was reimagined and repurposed as a solution to the need for a soup kitchen. At that time, 9 brave, creative, pragmatic, and hopeful community members, some of whom are here today, stepped forward to become the founding board for Harmony Center Owen Sound. We didn't really know what we were doing, but we knew that the community had a definite need for a space like this. And so we pressed on, becoming a registered charity with the goal of preserving, maintaining, and improving this incredible community asset for everyone who needs space to share, create, educate, and perform. Almost a year ago, Barry, Randall, and I were having coffee here at Harmony Center, discussing some of the distressing situations that we'd been finding ourselves in downtown. Barry may talk about this in more detail later, but we found ourselves saying, somebody must have some answers somewhere, some small solutions, maybe some actions that regular people can take, something that'll work in a small community like ours. Let's have a conference. With a very generous grant from Community Foundation, Grey Bruce, Community Foundation, Grey Bruce, and community sponsorship from Van Dolder's home team, a tremendous amount of care and effort from the organizing committee members. You'll find their names in the program. We couldn't have done this without them. And with the help of so many other volunteers, we are all set to begin. A couple of notes of caution, though. This is a jam-packed program full of interesting presenters. It'll be fast-paced, and we're going to be very strict with the schedule so that we can accomplish all we set out to do. So please refer to your program and be in your seats on time. Speaking of seats, we'd love it if you would change your positions between speakers from time to time. Give yourselves a chance at a new perspective in the room and perhaps some new seatmates. Meet some new people. Plus, it's just good to keep moving. Another thing to remember is that solution finding can often be uncomfortable work. It's almost always outside the box, creative, and sometimes daring thinking that leads to positive change. So please keep this in mind as you listen to speakers who may have a viewpoint that's different than yours. Our speakers are here to share their success stories. If you have questions or you want to learn more, you can make a point of sitting at their lunch table to engage in discussion there. I learned something that really surprised me when I was asking today's speakers to come and talk about their success. It was really hard to get them to focus on it, on their successes. They kept glossing over them. They wanted to move on and to discuss the next problem that they were trying to solve. I found it quite frustrating until I realized that all of these speakers are engaged in problem solving all the time, and they aren't interested in resting on their laurels. Aren't we lucky to have them in our community? So don't be surprised if they start talking about their next impossible task because they just can't help themselves. Thank you all for being here today. The wonderful Barry Randall is going to be our MC, and the exactingly precise Kit Pinot will be our timekeeper. If you have need of anything, just look for a volunteer in a red vest to help you out. We're going to have a good time today. Welcome.
Thanks very much. That's a round of applause for Leigh Greaves, who, yes, another round of applause. Because here we are in the Greaves Auditorium. And there's new signage all around this building, which has been just fabulous. So my job is to read the program to you today, basically. And if you want to read along, that's fine, or just pay attention and read later, that's fine too. I want to just, so I'll introduce guest speakers. Kit is an important part of this because she's going to hold up a green tag. Do I get green now? Yeah, but you got to look at me, right. Yeah, so I see green. Okay, I'm going now. When I have 2 minutes left in my speech time, she's going to hold me up a yellow. And when I'm done, and I should be quiet, she's going to hold up a red, okay, just for our speakers. And if you go beyond that, I have a cowbell in my back pocket, and I will ring it. But let's just start. So the first group, Grey County Community Service Innovation. Kim Wingrove, the Chief Administrative Officer of Grey County. Kim has been the Chief Officer of Grey County since 2015. Reporting to County Council, she is responsible for the delivery of services to Grey County's residents and businesses with a team of over 1,000 employees and a $270 million annual budget. With her, Svannah Myers, Director of Economic Development. Svannah will speak today about economic development, creating pathways to skills development and employment in our community, the strategy behind Grey County's Sydenham campus, which is regional skills, training, trades, and innovation. In addition, Josh Gibson, Housing Programs Manager, and his role is acquisition of short-term housing and its spin-off benefits is the topic of his presentation. He has 10 years of experience helping people experiencing or at risk of homelessness. His focus is on building capacity within the local homelessness system. And finally, Sharon Irwin, Community Housing Manager. And Sharon has dedicated the past 5 years to supporting people in need of safe and stable housing with 20 years of experience in housing, particularly with those experiencing housing instability. Sharon's focus is on strengthening the local housing system. So, with all that, please, first of all, welcome Kim and her team.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Leigh, and good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you all here this morning. It's so nice to be inside out of the rain. This morning, as Barry's mentioned, our team from Grey County will share some solutions that we've built to address challenges facing our communities. The issues that we'll talk about: providing shelter to those without housing, providing pathways to skills development and employment in our community, and later, connecting people suffering from mental health and addictions challenges to primary care, are all very different. But what I suggest to you this morning is that the approach that we used to build those responses are quite consistent. We've learned that working together with others inside and outside our organization, being willing to stretch our vision of what's possible to go outside of our core mandate, learning to tolerate uncertainty and accept risk, and listening carefully to those that we're tasked to serve are all critically important. When I began, like 35 years ago, in roles that required developing responses to tough community challenges, I was sometimes really overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation that we faced. Sometimes the problems that we were brought in to solve had been that way, it seemed, for a very long time. The community, I think some people were quite resigned that this was just how things were in that place, that there was really nothing to be done. And in other times, the challenge came as a shock. A major employer was leaving town and shutting down. People were scrambling and scared. Either way, the one thing that was clear was that the status quo, or doing nothing, wasn't really an option. Something had to be done. So when faced with a wicked community problem, I encourage you to consider the benefits of taking an approach that considers 3 things: embracing imperfection, the power of grassroots action, and cultivating curiosity and empathy. And I feel a little bit like maybe Leigh and I must have been channeling the same thoughts because that aligns so well with what you just said. Solutions never come all at once in a tidy package. Our problems and challenges are often wicked, and they arise out of a whole host of global, cultural, historic, as well as local decisions and influences. Because the problems are so complex, it's understandable that individuals and leaders are afraid to get it wrong. We know, though, we already said that inaction isn't a possible solution. So I think what we all have to do is to come together and have some grace and some openness to accepting that, first of all, it's not wrong that the thing that you were doing doesn't work anymore. And it's not a weakness, but a strength to say, I don't know. We need help. What are we missing? Is there another perspective on this issue? And taking that first step requires real courage and leadership, and embracing the fact that uncertainty is part of the process. There is no single right answer, and there will never be the perfect time or enough money to take action. Effective problem solvers need to think like entrepreneurs in that they're able to tolerate naysayers, move forward in incremental ways, evaluate and course correct, because taking even a small action empowers us. The greatest and longest lasting successes that I've seen are organic, authentic, and grassroots. Success is an inside job. No one is coming to save you. The province and the federal government are never going to referee your fights. And there will never be a program that is precisely the thing you need when you need it. So knowing this, I'm deeply concerned by the loss of faith in organizations, the highly critical environment that people find themselves in when I think there are so many good people that are just trying to make a difference. So I applaud each and every one of you for being here today and for demonstrating that that spark of wanting to do better and to make a difference is still alive and well in our community. I hope that one of the first steps that any community takes is to provide as many opportunities as possible for residents to feel a part of things and responsible for caring for their home. It helps bring joy and purpose and is a wonderful antidote to loneliness and isolation. Once you've engaged your community, finding solutions requires a willingness to take a hard look at what the problems are. And getting from the symptoms to the root cause means adopting curiosity as a go-to mindset and a willingness to look at our biases. It is so easy to say, it's that thing, and if that thing went away, the sun would shine every day. It's never that simple. We are all challenged to be open to accepting the feelings of others that they have about the community or some aspect of the community and its problems as being legitimate. It's pointless to tell someone that how they feel about something is wrong. We have to find a space and a place to come together. The good part of that, though, is that passion and emotion are the fire that inspires people to action. And if you want to know where to start making your community a better place, ask yourself what people are passionate about. What do they care enough about to leave the house for? And how do we harness this? And who can we invite to join the conversation? Building momentum requires celebrating small wins and learning from setbacks. Our communities are so much stronger when we act together. And by embracing curiosity, empathy, and resilience, we can create meaningful, lasting change. So my colleagues that are joining us this morning, I think I'm so proud of the work that each of them have done. But I want to emphasize to all of you that the examples that we've chosen out of many, many that we could have are all things where we were working outside of what would traditionally have been considered the core mandate of Grey County. We had to work together with people to secure the funding to be able to make some of these initiatives happen. And we had to work so closely with many other people and organizations in order to have that success. So I'll let you listen to them. I hope you enjoy the stories that they're able to share. And if my message resonates at all, one resource that I would encourage you to take a look at if you've never seen it is an organization called Bank of Ideas from Australia. Now, Peter Kenyon's been the principal of that organization for many, many years, and he's visited Ontario and Canada. But Bank of Ideas really is about grassroots community action, and I think you can find a lot of inspiring stories from their work. So now I'll turn it over to Sharon Irwin, and she'll talk to you about some of our work in the housing portfolio. Thanks. Sharon?
Good morning, everybody, and thank you for taking the time out of your busy weekends to be a part of this very important conversation that we're having today. We really appreciate the opportunity to come and speak with you about some of the programs and initiatives that we're doing at Grey County Housing. My name is Sharon Irwin. I'm the manager of community housing with Grey County Housing, and I'm just going to start with a little bit of an overview of our department, and then I'm going to want to speak to you about one of our more recent projects, which has not only had a real impact for the people it serves, but is also shaping the way that we do housing moving forward. So this is the housing continuum, and if you're not familiar with this image, it is at its simplest the range of available housing in any given community, from emergency shelters all the way up to privately owned rentals. In between lies an assortment of housing options that are relevant and critical to any community for different people at different times in their lives. And Grey County Housing has a hand in the first 5 of those. Throughout the county, we have 994 units that we, the county, directly operate. And what that means is that we provide all the functions of a landlord to those units. We also oversee the wait list for those units, as well as for an additional 475 units that our nonprofit partners handle. Most of these units are what are called rent geared to income, and what that means is that the rent that's charged for each unit is based on the total household income for the family or occupant that lives there. In order to access housing, the only stipulation that we're allowed to look at is financial, so assets or household income, or whether or not someone owes any money to another housing provider in Ontario. There are 2 ways that a person could be prioritized on the housing list. One is if they're a victim of domestic abuse, and the other is if they're or a victim of human trafficking, and the other is if they're selected off of our by names list, which means that they've been identified as chronically homeless. So the by names list is just a comprehensive list in real time of all the people who are experiencing homelessness in our community. A story that is certainly not unique to our area is that more and more people are requiring rent geared to income housing. And what that translates into is longer wait lists and longer wait times. So with this, we needed a plan. And every few years, every 10 years to be exact, we have to do a housing and homelessness plan, and we happen to be in the middle of developing that plan right now. We do this with community partners from every sector that touches housing in some capacity. And this plan provides a vision for delivering housing services which address the diverse needs of the population that we serve. Part of the plan is ensuring longevity in the housing units that we currently manage, as well as also looking at developing future builds in a sustainable manner that address the needs and trends of our wait list, but also are community focused. We also recognize that adaptability is our strength in providing meaningful solutions. Bricks and mortar are absolutely part of the problem and something that needs to be focused on as the solution. We talk a lot about needing more affordable housing in different communities, and I don't think there'd be anybody in the room who says that we need less. But that's just part of the solution. because that housing needs to be not just affordable and safe, it also needs to be appropriate to the individual. And we do have members of the community who would do well by having supports attached to the bricks and mortar where they live. Problem is, we're housing, and we can only access dollars that are attached to bricks and mortar. We don't qualify for support dollars because those are Ministry of Health dollars. So we could see where we were. We could see that we had tenants residing in our housing who were struggling to maintain tenancies, some of whom lost their tenancy through eviction, and that maybe some of those tenancies could have been saved had they been tied to the appropriate supports that we don't have the access to dollars for. In order to solve that, we had to step outside of the box. And we've already talked a little bit about stepping outside of our boxes. So we had to look at strong collaboration, and we did that with the help of CMHA. We started conversations with CMHA about where we were and where we wanted to go and how we thought we could get there. And we had a lot of discussions. And through that, we were able to start the conversation of how we could have supportive transitional housing be a part of the Grey County housing portfolio. So in 2023, we purchased and renovated a building on 14th Street West in Owen Sound, using about 50% provincial dollars and 50% county levy dollars. And with that money, we created 12 transitional units that are supportive, as well as vital programming space and offices. We also have 15 units of transitional housing through our nonprofit partners, where folks are matched off of the by names list that I spoke of, whose needs are complementary to the level of support and case management being offered. So this is the building. We just refer to it as 396 because that's its address, and we're very original in housing. It had its first occupants selected off of the by names list and move in during December of 2023. CMHA initially provided all of their services in kind, as we did not have success initially at support dollars, but through their efforts in late spring of 2024, they were successful in acquiring enough support dollars to allow staff to be there until 11 o'clock at night and throughout the weekend as well. And then in the after hours evening through the nighttime, there's security on site. We have 33 move-ins so far and 8 graduates who have graduated into either our housing, private market housing, or some other housing that is deemed appropriate for what their needs are by the clients. This is a program, and I can't emphasize that piece enough. It is created and meant for people who want to work on goals with the mindset that they're going to end homelessness in their life. We've had lots of people who have come and decided it was not for them. We've had some people who have come into the program and had to unfortunately be asked to leave because they were not ready for it. And we've had some people who are currently back in the program who were not successful in their first round but are now taking it seriously or in a better space to accept the help that's being offered to them and are doing quite well. There's goals that are set by each participant, and they are paired with a primary worker and a secondary worker to make measurable steps towards achieving those goals. There's counseling on site, financial literacy groups, participant-led activities. If they want to identify a strength they have, or a hobby, or an interest, or a talent, then they can put on their own group and share that with others. And being able to have that leadership ability and lead something that is important to them is really simple, but it's also very empowering for a group of people who may never have had the chance to show off what they're capable of. They're attached to a nurse practitioner and are connected to agencies and services that will help them get where they want to go within the community. When they graduate, they take their beds with them, learn to pack up their unit properly, leave it clean, and are followed by a CMHA worker into the community in their new home in order to help them transition properly and successfully. We've seen some real success from this program coming out of this model, and the conversation of how we can create more of these successes is an ongoing one. The energy at 396 is contagious. Of all the buildings that we have, it is my favorite to visit. And it's simply because the people who are in the program are engaged in their lives. I was down there yesterday, and one participant who had gone a little bit off track and was at risk of losing their placement in the program. We'd had a conversation with them earlier in the week, and I was down there yesterday. I'd received a letter from this individual saying that they are recommitted to the program. And in it, the individual said, "I've learned to take accountability for my actions here." And I think it's really important to understand that the people who are in this program are learning things that many of us take for granted. They're learning to return library books on time. They're learning to pay their rent on time. They're learning to do their laundry. They're learning to budget. They're learning to have manageable conversations with their neighbors. They're learning to have better relationships with police. In fact, we had some police officers come at Christmas time and decorate gingerbread cookies with them to try and only 2 participants were comfortable to go, but we're hoping in future we'll have more so that we can have a better relationship with all of the community partners, because in the real world, these are community partners that you need to have reasonable relationships with. I have a lot of stories that I could stand up here and share with you about the successes. We have a gentleman who graduated, who now lives in our home, in our housing, who was homeless for 3 years, who now shows up early every month to pay his rent. We have people who are reconnecting with estranged family and reconnecting with children that they were not able to have contact with before. But what I'd really like to focus on is that none of this would have happened had we not started those conversations with CMHA. We're housing, we are bricks and mortar, and we are required, in order to meet the individuals that we are serving, to be so much more. And so we're really restricted in our box, and if we had stayed comfortable in that box, none of this would have happened. So I think all of us need to take into consideration that the boxes we've been operating in don't fit anymore. We need bigger boxes, and we need to learn to share our boxes, because that's the only way that we're going to have any type of measurable change. And with that, I will turn it over to Josh Gibson, who is the manager of housing programs. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I don't like following Sharon up, mainly because she's very good, and also because she always takes more time than she tells me she's going to. So thank you very much for being here, and I'm going to be as solutions-focused as possible and talk to you a little bit about some of the great things that we've done to build our homelessness system capacity here in Grey County. When I took over this role as manager of housing programs, I spent about 85% of my time doing nonprofit housing subsidies and math on spreadsheets, and about 15% doing invoices for our emergency shelter system, which at the time costs roughly $100,000 a year in motels. Within 2 to 3 years, around the 2019-2020 period, I was spending 90% of my time doing homelessness and about 10% of the time catching up on emails from my nonprofit housing providers wondering why I don't talk to them anymore. So the need, we can easily say, exploded. Exploded in terms of what we were looking for, and we went from spending $100,000 on motels to within 3 to 4 years spending close to $1 million on motels. And some of the biggest challenges that we tried to tackle were the fact that we didn't have control. So some of the major barriers to that program existed because we were utilizing private market motel owners to place people in, and they ultimately had control over their property, their assets, and the ability to accept or not accept who we could place into the program. And so we needed a solution. And the solution that we were able to come up with was to revamp our system, bring it in-house. Previously it was contracted through a third-party provider, and we decided that it aligned with our financial programs, it aligned with housing and the funding that we received from the province around homelessness. We were going to do it ourselves, and we were going to really take a look at how are we going to provide a more dignified approach to providing short-term housing solutions. And the big project, which I'm not sure if you've heard of, is our project. It's called the Former Diamond Motel, or as we call it in the office, 713, because that's the address. And it's a 22-room motel in Owen Sound, which we purchased, and now we own and operate, and no longer mostly have to deal with the bearings of the private market. So when we want to provide support to somebody, we can bring them into our motel. The motel owner does not get to tell us, no, you're not going to bring that person in here because 5 years ago they told me that I smelled bad. So the other part of this program is that we have office space on site. We have 4 case coordinators. They're meeting with people every single day to try and work on a housing plan. We're working with them on how do we get your income solution set up if you've been cut off? How do we deal with some of the paperwork that you haven't done because you haven't had the support to do so? And if we can get you stable enough and in a space ready enough, how do we help you support treatment facilities? How do we help you make those connections to CMHA or Bright Shores Health Services? You know, because now, hopefully, we've wrapped enough support around you to be able to provide you with a space that you can relax and understand that it might be time for you. I never like to talk about this program without talking about some of the barriers, because we are as low barrier as we can possibly think of, and that does not mean no barrier. You know, the safety of the space, the safety of the staff, the safety of the other participants is always top of mind. But we try and keep our service restrictions and our rules as informed as we possibly can around what people have experienced in their lives and what people are looking for support from us. So that if we have to ask somebody to leave because of an experience that we've had at the motel or a safety issue at the motel, this new program allows us to bring them back next month when they're in a different space, when they understand the program better, they can reconnect with staff. Very few to no times have we had somebody leave the program that would say, oh, I'd never return. The staff treated me poorly. No, the staff were very clear with you about what the expectations were, and because we're very clear with people about what the expectations are, the next time they come back, it's far easier for us to reinforce those expectations around, we're gonna help you. We're gonna help you move forward, we're gonna help you figure out what your top needs are, and we're gonna help you in trying to maybe make a pathway for transitional housing. We heard from Sharon about the fact that transitional housing and wrapping supports and life skills around people is what needs to happen. So how can we move people from the motel into a transitional housing space to continue building those life skills so that when you reach long-term housing, it's as successful as possible, trying to break the cycle of returning to homelessness. So we've seen significant improvements under this model. Some of the ones around solutions that I want to talk about is just our ability to serve the community from a capacity perspective. Prior to purchasing this motel, we could afford to provide about 23 rooms in the wintertime. That was our cap from a budget perspective. This past winter, we provided 43 motel rooms on top of funding a local out of the cold program warming center for an additional 18 spaces in the evening. So totaling over 60 spaces at night. So we've been able to more than triple our capacity. And in that same period, have not received an additional dollar from the province. So the solution was around understanding what we had, the constraints that we were under, deliver a better service that people were able to access, that we had control over, and improve the number of rooms that we were able to provide to the community as the growing needs were emerging. So we've reduced our operating costs. We've already seen proof of that over the first winter with the program. We did just complete our first 12 months of ownership with the Diamond Motel back in February. And we've been able to provide a higher level of supports. And our over 60 move-ins off the buy names list in 2024 really highlights that we've been able to move people off the buy names list that were experiencing chronic homelessness into longer term accommodations. And some of the numbers we'll be looking at to make sure that it stays that way is how many people are returning to homelessness and how do we reduce that number year over year. So we have some ideas around solutions for that too that we're going to continue to explore. In 2024, we provided shelter to 446 unique adults, 54 children under the age of 16, and a total of 375 households. So a pretty major impact on our community that we've been able to support that number of individuals. Thank you. The average length of stay in our program is around 25 days, usually longer in the winter time when not as many apartments are available and it's harder to get people into more long-term housing. And in 2024, from the motel, we moved 106 households directly into the private market. So oftentimes you'll hear there's no rentals. Well, we strongly believe in housing. There is rental space. It's about connecting with the landlords, developing a relationship, providing them a financial incentive always helps. And just trying to put people in the best location that's going to suit their needs. I am going to pop back because I decided to talk about the motel first, but I did have one slide I wanted to highlight. One of the other largest programs that Grey County offers as a solution is our sustainable housing benefit. And you hear lots of things like we need upstream support, we need to get people before they're homeless, and that's very true. It's oftentimes far cheaper to assist somebody to stay in their home than it is to have them be evicted and then help them in the homelessness system, and also far more traumatizing for them and all of the issues that come along with that. So our sustainable housing benefit provides support in the neighborhood of between $600,000 and $850,000 per year, and it's all about preventative solutions. So we want to prevent people from experiencing homelessness, we want to prevent them from having their utilities disconnected, and that's what this program does. So if you're ever in the community and you hear of somebody who owes a bill, that their power is going to be disconnected or they're at risk of eviction, send them up to us, and we'll do everything we can to try and prevent that eviction from happening, because that is a solution in and of itself. Thank you very much. I'm going to turn it over to Svannah, who's the Director of Economic Development with Grey County.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk to you about economic development in our region. I'm going to spend a couple of minutes talking about how do we go about creating pathways to skills development and employment in our community. And economic development, when we talk about solutions and we talk about how we think outside the box, we are always that square peg in a round hole. We never quite fit, but it really is our job to be currently and constantly assessing what's happening in the environment and understanding how we can draw connections to the solution, to the problems and solutions that we face every day. So it really takes a long-term view. Economic development does not happen overnight. It is years of planting seeds, years of being at the right tables with the right people to understand what opportunities there are going to be. And then it takes ambitious vision and investment in time, strategic leadership, and we've been so fortunate at Grey County to have that with the support of County Council and our senior leadership, the best leadership we could possibly have in this entire region, I swear. But our role is to set an enabling environment and to build community pride. Economic development itself, we don't create jobs. We don't create the investment. Unless the county itself is hiring people or purchasing or making those investments, we can't do that for our community. All we can do is set the environment so that others can do that work for us and with us. So we do this by working together with our member municipalities on behalf of our member municipalities. And I think that's what makes this so strong in Grey County specifically, is that we have amazing relationships with our member municipalities. You'll often hear to them as lower tiers. Formally, that's what they are, but we like to call them a member municipality because it really does take the eyes and ears on the ground, as well as that higher level regional view and understanding of what are the trends happening across the region, what are the bigger pieces that everybody's experiencing, whether it's positive or negative. And it's when those two perspectives come together that we can really make a difference. So even though we share the same geography, we offer a very different view, and that's important when we come to the table together. You know, we've already talked about this morning upstream interventions, and that is really what we've been focused on in the last couple of years. So when we talk about Sydenham campus specifically, and really any economic development and investment in the region, what we've already talked about for housing, it's the decisions and actions that we take today that have the impact in the future. So we have to be able to act now with the information we have now, but very strategically thinking of where is that going to be? Where do we want to be? So that we have control of where that environment is going to be in the future for our families, for our kids, and the next generations to come. So when we talk about Sydenham campus, and specifically, which is a regional skills training, trades and innovation center, but that was a mouthful, so we thought Sydenham campus was a great title for it because it was a Sydenham community school that was declared vacant by the school board and sits right beside Georgian College. So location was absolutely everything when it came to thinking about what could be in this space. Boots on the ground is something, it is a tag that we always talk about in economic development. We have to have our eyes and ears and feet on the ground constantly. We cannot do economic development sitting at a desk. We need to be in the community, understanding where the challenges are, where the opportunities are, and then draw those connections. So in 2017, when we started this work, there were 4 very different things happening in our community. And I want to talk about each one of them very quickly. So the first one was Bruce Power's major component replacement, which is happening right now. We were having conversations about when it would begin in 2018 and looking at the numbers of the trades and skilled trades that they were going to need to bring on site. And when we looked at that number and we looked at the skilled trades we had in our community, it would have wiped us clean. It needed every single person that we had working in skilled trades to be able to support that major component replacement. So for us, that was really worrisome, but an opportunity. The second was that we were hearing from our employers every year that there was a lack of skills in the area or a skills mismatch. What they were looking for was not what we actually had available in the current labor market, and it was getting worse and worse. The third was that Georgian College was at capacity. They were not able to grow, they were not able to add programs, they were not able to add any more students into the programs. And when we think about those employment opportunities and pathways to skills, we wanted to make sure that we had those doors open for our community. And the fourth was an unrealistic expectation that if you wanted to upskill in the region, you would need to go 2 hours away. So if you have a family, if you have children, if you are working full-time, but you wanted to upskill and get that training, you were going to have to go 2 hours to our nearest urban center to take the courses and do that work. We know this to be true. People will not do that. So they will stay where they are. They will not go after that upskilling opportunity, and our employers will not have what they need to be able to maintain and grow in the future. So we took all of that information, 4 very distinct things, and put them together and realized that there were some serious connections to be had. And we did extensive consultations where for 2 years, we brought over 100 leaders to the table, and leaders from all different sectors, from not-for-profit, from chambers of commerce, to be able to have these conversations to say, well, what can we do? And that's when the school board happened to declare Sydenham as surplus. And we thought, you know what, this is an out-the-box opportunity, but we were able to build the business case because we had the right people around the table to tell us where we needed to go. And good strategy takes time to develop, but it will also stand the test of time. So even though operations may ebb and flow as needs change, good strategy will be consistently beneficial for the community. And that's what we saw. We purchased Sydenham in 2018, did renovations in 2019, ready to open in 2020. That didn't happen because the world changed with the pandemic. When we came out of the pandemic, the business case for Sydenham campus was even more relevant than when we went into it, which was really exciting for us to realize that we were onto something because we had the right people at the right table, and it was all grassroots driven. Now, in another period of very uncertain times, we're seeing that continue, where people are coming to Sydenham campus to get the training that they need. Georgian College is expanding, and I'm going to share a couple of numbers with you, because it was really about the county facilitating this. And true collaboration is really hard. It is so beneficial, but it is really, really hard work, because it takes everybody working together to understand and be confident and hold restraint within their roles and stay in their lane so that we don't step on each other's toes and we don't try and compete. We're holding hands and we're walking together. And that is really difficult to do, but it is so worth it when it works well. So a couple of results that I want to share with you from Sydenham campus. We now have the region's largest makerspace. So we're creating access to over 150 machines that you could not get in this area before. You don't have to be employed to be able to get them. You don't have to be enrolled in Georgian College to be able to access them. They are there for our community to access with the proper training around it. Henry Bernick Entrepreneurship Center has opened its first satellite location at Sydenham campus outside of the Barrie region, and they are there to support scale up in business. Something that we are most proud of, again, thinking of that outside of the box, all of the work that went into Sydenham campus and all of that research we packaged while we were working through the development of the campus to provide to Georgian and say, here's a business case for apprenticeship in the region. So in 2017, we had 100 apprentices who were on site every year at Georgian College. And to be an apprentice, it means that you are employed in the region. And then when you come out of that block to get your education, you go to a local apprenticeship wherever there is a training delivery seat available for you. We had 100 in the region at that time. Today, we have 750 because we brought 7 new apprentices here to Owen Sound campus, and every one of those is aligned to the needs that we have in the community. So we now have 750 apprentices working in this region, getting education right here, and that was because of the work that we did together. Our childcare innovation wing at Sydenham campus is the first in the region for sure, we think even the province, and it brings together our service systems manager, so children's services out of Grey County, Georgian College's early childhood education program, as well as their education assistant and their childhood practitioner program, as well as an actual daycare operator. They are all in one wing under one roof, and that has really made a difference to provide a fully immersive space so that we can help address the critical shortage we have in ECE across the province. We know when it comes to wait lists with childcare, we're also hovering around 1,000, which that's 1,000 possibilities of people to be working that we don't have. So we're trying to build these programs up, and now they are also filling. With our Business Enterprise Center, it has always been the core of Sydenham campus, and this is a provincial program that allows us to provide business startup to entrepreneurs across the region. They are the first point of contact when you come into Sydenham campus, and this is an organization that we've had since 2018, but we looked at it differently when we had this physical space and this ability to use them as that first point of contact, and it really has elevated the reach and impact. I'm on the 2-minute mark. I'm watching you. So the interesting part about entrepreneurship in this region, we are a region of entrepreneurs. And it goes back to what Kim was saying at the beginning. There is an entrepreneurial spirit that flows through this region that I have not seen anywhere else. We roll up our sleeves and we figure out a way to get things done. If it doesn't exist because we're in rural Ontario, and it probably doesn't, we're going to find a way to do what we need to do. And it takes all of the people in this room and all of the people in the community doing that and going back to that difficult piece of collaboration to make those things happen. But out of the Business Enterprise Center, in the last 3 years, we've had 3,000 business inquiries. We have helped 400 businesses start and expand. We've offered 600 one-on-one business consultations and created 300 new jobs in the region. So that's just out of small and medium-sized businesses across Grey County. So today we are creating access locally, which means that we're helping to eliminate the barriers, actually create pathways, because they're not going to create themselves. It takes leadership, and that is something that Grey County has been really proud to do with all of the people in our community and organizations to get where we need to go. And that helps us to level the playing field so that nobody's left behind. The more barriers we can remove and the more pathways we can create, the better we are as a region. And this is, Kim's work has been significant in this example, but the last solution that I want to leave you with is the nursing program at Georgian College. So again, very similar to the skilled trades, we know that previously you had to go to university to get a full nursing degree, to be a registered nurse. We don't have a university in this region. We're likely never going to have a university in this region, but there were alternate ways. So we took the experience that we were seeing across all of our long-term care homes, all 19 in the region, what we were seeing across the hospitals, and realized that there was an opportunity here to work with Georgian College and work with the province and work with others to build a business case and do the work to demonstrate that this could be available right here. And it is. We now have PSW program, the RPN program, the bridging program between RPN and RN, and a full RN program. They are all existing right here in Owen Sound. And by next year, there will be 120 nursing students here in Owen Sound. There's also a Learn to Stay grant that means if we're attracting them in and they agree to stay here in our region and work for 2 years, all of their education is paid for. So that program has been incredibly beneficial. But again, we had to make the pathways happen, and none of this is the county's core business. Most of what has happened at Sydenham campus, the work we've done with skilled trades and now with nursing, that isn't what is part of the county's core. But we saw the need, we understood what was happening in the community, and we brought the right people together to make it work, which meant attending delegations and then actually investing ourselves with over $1 million to Georgian College for that significant renovation. So I hope that our morning session has helped with these solutions and our drive to always be looking and connecting those dots and making things happen. But thank you so much, and I'll turn it back to you, I guess. Right? Okay, Barry, thank you.
without any further ado, I have the great pleasure to introduce someone I've known in this community for a good number of, I'm going to say decades, and Stuart Reid is the Executive Director of Community Foundation Grey Bruce. Today he's going to be speaking about how rent supplements keep youth housed. So Stuart joined the community philanthropy movement in 2016 as Executive Director of Community Foundation Grey Bruce. He is a passionate advocate for community well-being with over 30 years of leadership experience in Canadian art museums and the nonprofit sector. He is an award-winning writer, a certified yoga instructor on Sunday mornings down in the lower hall, just before, no, I won't even tell you that, certified yoga instructor, and loves living near the shores of Georgian Bay in Annan, Ontario. Well, I was going to say with his dog as well. So please welcome Stuart Reid.
Thank you, Barry. Nice to see you all this morning. I'm very happy to be here to share a little bit about a very collaborative program. It says Community Foundation Grey Bruce at the top of the slide, but I'm going to be acknowledging a creative partnership and collaboration that really drew in a lot of other change makers from the community to come up with a solution. So it's also a little bit about our vital signs journey at Community Foundation Grey Bruce. I have some copies of our 2016 report on the table in the Commons, so I urge you to come and pick one up. Vital Signs, of course, is a community report card of sorts that looks at community well-being based on a series of indicators, and we pull together sometimes rather complex data and turn it into very accessible infographics and readable things that should have impact, that tell you about how we're doing as a community. So this report was produced in 2016. I'm very happy to tell you there's another one coming this year in October of 2025 that we're just pulling together right now. We're actually going to be going out to community to talk about some of the things we're finding from the data in the late spring and summer, so watch our website for details on that. But this report in 2016 had a very compelling statistic in it. On average, less than 65% of Grey Bruce youth do not expect to find a job or live in the region after school. And we found that to be something we wanted to dig in a little bit deeper on. And in 2018, we produced a Vital Focus on Youth report, which dug a little bit deeper into conversations with young people locally, and a lot of real salient topics arose from those conversations, particularly around the impact of regional transportation, substance use, youth spaces, identity and belonging, employment and training, economic barriers that youth saw to their fulfilling their education pathway, life satisfaction, mental wellness, plans after education. A lot of these topics rose to the fore, and we used them to build data points and in this report. And in this report, another interesting statistic arose, particularly that in a recent enumeration of homelessness in Bruce County, 9 of 11 respondents were under the age of 31. The most commonly chosen response to the question or reason for homelessness was conflict with a parent or guardian from 45% of the respondents. So these learning points really are top of mind for the Community Foundation. And that prompted another series of conversations in community about housing, and it's so wonderful to hear from Grey County about such innovation and progress on so many fronts in relation to our challenges around affordable housing for all. We held 2 vital conversations in the community with over 50 participants at each. And we heard some great feedback at those meetings, which really informed the next report on housing, which I'm going to show you. Things that rose to the surface about future generations going to be impacted by the lack of housing in our region. Again, repeating what we heard from Grey County, that employers are finding it difficult to attract staff because there's no place to live close to where you're going to be working. Fixed incomes are challenging to local people, and the high cost of housing is making people make difficult choices about things like sacrificing food or recreation to pay their rent or mortgage. We heard about Solution making, really, planning has to be done on a community-wide basis and actively incorporate housing that is affordable and accessible in terms of solution making. We heard from a lot of experts too, and keeping those inputs top of mind, and they were reflected in the report as well. Here we have a quote from Erica Phipps, who was part of the Rent Safe project that was in our community for a number of years and continues to produce really important data. She says it's encouraging to see people in Grey Bruce coming together across sectors to find better ways of supporting the right to healthy housing for all. So really aspirational goal. And that quote figures prominently in our report. So this came out in spring of 2022, and the report really, key takeaways, really that housing is a basic right, and both Grey and Bruce counties are desired locations for immigrants from the GTA, so this is slightly post-pandemic, and we saw that outward migration from the GTA, and that forced housing prices here to climb higher and higher. Key takeaway, the housing crisis is not just a problem for the economically challenged. We really saw impacts right across the spectrum of residents. So it's not just about someone that can't afford their housing. It's affecting all types of people at different stages in their life. The ability to live and age in place in appropriate accommodation is a great example. We also conclude that supports for the homeless or housing challenged are inadequate. We need to do more work there. Not everyone has the same equal access to affordable housing. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, and accessibility is another key takeaway that should be examined. And again, partnerships are key to finding solutions. So governments, developers, social services, and charities need to come together towards solutions. And another great quote, or another piece of data, those residents of Grey Bruce who report below average well-being are generally women who are under the age of 35 who are living on their own. So all of that is the fallow bed for the project that we want to talk about this morning. And in 2021, we were approached by some philanthropists, particularly Jamie Laidlaw of the Laidlaw Foundation and Stephen Couchman, Thornbury-based, who has some engagement with community foundations. We had an opportunity to consider a social experiment. Really, the Laidlaw Foundation wanted to propagate some kind of a basic income experiment here. And so we gathered together some experts around the table, some advisors to help us begin discussions about what we wanted to do together. So Marilyn Struthers joined us, Francesca from United Way, Jill Umbach from the Poverty Task Force. We had Irwin Elman, who's the former child advocate for the province of Ontario, joined a number of our conversations. And the Laidlaw family were also there as well. And from time to time, we brought in other people who had things to share and could help us shape. And so we ended up kind of identifying the issues around youth housing as being something we wanted to tackle together. So the problem that we were seeking to solve has many aspects to it. Poverty being a widespread issue in our community, and we have one of the lowest income rates in Ontario. Housing prices have increased dramatically, putting pressure on rental stock. Youth are kind of dealing with a perfect storm, crisis of affordable housing and homelessness, coupled with mental wellness issues, addictions, human trafficking also being a rising concern in our area. And of course that fact that youth between the ages of 16 and 24 experience gaps in services. It can be years when they come out of care before they're picked up by OW or CAS, and paying rent is often the highest need that they have. So also from our, we have read that less than 0.5% of Canadians are involved with child protection as children or youth. And amongst youth experiencing homelessness, the figure is 58%, with 47% reporting being apprehended and having a history of placements in foster care or group homes. So that statistic just fleshes out the fact that we'd landed on a population that really could use our help and might benefit directly from some sort of intervention with a basic income experiment. Quite quickly, our group came up with some goals for the project. We wanted to integrate lived experience into our design and implementation of a project. We wanted to develop local innovation for poverty alleviation, and we wanted to be additive. We wanted to work with people that were already working in the field and find a way to make this income supplement project something that was enhancing services that were already provided. And we were also aiming for a long-term gain. So we didn't want to just bring people onto the program and offer some support and then drop them off. We wanted this to be multi-year and the support to continue. We also wanted to, we landed on the impact on youth, so particularly youth who are identified in the by names list that we heard about from Grey County, their homelessness enumeration. We wanted to generate community storytelling and hear about the impact of this experiment from those people that were engaged in the program. And we wanted to create a model that could be scaled up and perhaps would be applicable to other communities across Canada. And so kind of a unique model, a bit of a prototype. And within it, there is respect for community knowledge development and the opportunity to develop local innovation by agencies in place. We wanted it to be suitable to our rural communities. So some of the impacts that I spoke about in the report on youth were, of course, brought to the fore. Oh, I see my yellow tag. I'm going to skip ahead because I want to talk about the Y, our partner on the project. The Y housing services are really integral to the delivery of programs for the youth. And we began to offer a rent supplement to clients of the Helping Youth in Transition program at the Y. And we, in our first year, we had a cohort of 12 people who were receiving $200 a month as a trickle down in their it layered onto the supplements that they receive for housing for rent. So what did we hear back? We started to hear back very strongly that these young people were very impressed that community members, not government, were stepping forward to help them out, and it really lent them a feeling of validation. We've heard about how that little bit of income had a trickle-down effect and offered more sovereignty and authority to people in their situation. A quote here, "I can go out for pizza with a friend now." So giving the people options about how they could deploy the resources. And also, many youth were experiencing their first home away from their guardians, so they often required those extra supports that the Y provided in terms of skill development and employment services, tax benefits, all those types of things. So storytelling is really important, and very quickly I'll read one anecdotal response from one of the people in our first cohorts. The Youth in Transition program helped me find my housing, sign up for classes that helped me move forward, and look at opportunities for employment. Most recently, I have benefited from the financial support that helped stretch my monthly budget. The YMCA helped me find my current apartment where I live alone. Having stable housing for the first time in my life has improved my physical health. I can use my local gym, and I've been able to focus on my mental health through my local clinic and my therapist who lives down the street. I can finally look for work and schooling, which I've done successfully. So, very compelling stories from people. Stephanie, another story. My worker from the YMCA helped me find an apartment in a smaller town with 2 bedrooms, one for me, and my daughter has her own space too. The supplement each month makes a big difference in the rent, and I'm able to afford to take my daughter out every once in a while. The subsidy created more breathing room. So we really want to celebrate those gains and let you know that this is a really interesting solution that's been working and affording young people a little bit more autonomy and alleviating some other pressures on someone in a state of housing precarity. And it's been also a collaborative project that's engaged all those agencies that I mentioned. And I'm really happy to tell you that we're in year 3 of delivering the supplement, and we've increased it now to $300. And we've actually had a couple of people who have graduated out of the cohort, making space for others. And we continue to monitor and hear about stories from people that are receiving the benefit. We're also trying to cultivate a little bit of awareness of this. It's on the Community Foundation's website, and we really encourage people to think about maybe making a monthly donation to the Poverty Alleviation Project. These are our partners that are engaged, have been engaged over the last 3 years that we're so grateful for. And If you're interested in supporting, you see the Next 25 logo there. That's our non-restricted fund that we really are encouraging people to support. The Next 25 has supported this project in each of the last 3 years. And we have some other fund holders at the Community Foundation that have stepped up with resources. And the Laidlaw family and foundation have been very generous as well. So thank you so much for your kind attention. I a little bit of a run through it.
Okay, thank you to Stuart. And I'll just carry on here. Our next speaker, Annette Pedlar, as the Executive Director of Safe and Sound. Her topic for discussion today will be Community Sharps Solutions. Annette Pedlar grew up on a farm near Meaford and worked in Peterborough's homelessness system before moving back to the area a few years ago. She's a strong advocate for voices in our community's margins and is proud to be a part of Safe and Sound's team, where the unhoused can access basic needs. Her talk today will include a report on Peterborough's successful resourced harm reduction program. So please welcome Annette. There's Annette coming right up. Come on right up. Woohoo!
Thanks so much for having me. I'm really happy to be here. I don't have a PowerPoint today. In fact, as I was walking out the house this morning, I thought, I'm going to go back and I'm going to put on a colorful shirt. And that's how people will maybe remember me for the day. So I'm wearing yellow, and there's your PowerPoint. So yeah, as was said, my name's Annette. I'm the proud Executive Director of Safe and Sound. I love what I do. I love my job. It's maybe not the easiest job, but it's a great job to have. Before I start, I also just want to acknowledge the people who have helped me be here today and taught me, a lot of what I want to talk about, and that's the participants of Safe and Sound. Every day I go to work, every day I go to work and I learn something, and I think that's just something that is really important for me to center in my work and my thinking, that learning is coming from somewhere, and that's where that is for me right now. So there's two things that I just wanted to talk about right off the start that I would like everybody today to leave understanding. And one of them is that homelessness is a solvable issue, not just in Owen Sound, but across the country. And I think that through Stuart's presentation, through conversations through Grey County earlier, those are really, really fantastic examples of how, even though this is a really overwhelming feeling problem, it is solvable. It has been a series of decisions that have led to us being here today, and it will be a series of community actions and decisions that will lead us out of this. So that's something, and I will give the caveat of there's a difference between chronic homeless and episodic homelessness. We're always, as a community, going to have people who have a fire, who have a job loss, who need help in a short-term basis. So when I'm talking about ending homelessness, we'll still need that kind of service. But I go to work every day to try and end my job, in a sense. And I really do mean that seriously. And I think that people think that that's a joke when people in homelessness services say something like that. But it's true. And we need to not be paralyzed by how big this is. So a lot of what I'm going to talk about today is related to different harm reduction programs. Harm reduction is what I have come to learn in my time at Safe and Sound, really. It sort of underpins everything that Safe and Sound does. And when I talk about harm reduction, it's a really, really wide lens understanding of it. Today, I'm going to talk more about sort of the stereotypical harm reduction stuff, which is related to substance use and safe supplies. But that's not just what harm reduction is. Harm reduction is, for me, looking at all the harm that is occurring in somebody's life, and we're trying to mitigate as much as we can of that. So whether that be socks, whether that be a roof, whatever that is, that to me is all within that same bracket. And I think that understanding harm reduction within that is maybe a bit more approachable, and people can engage with it in not maybe at the start need to engage with their own, dare I say, stigmas related to substance use. So the other piece is that harm reduction in our community, and don't worry, I am positive, and we are going to get to positives, but harm reduction hasn't been a resourced initiative in our community. So we can't at this point say this hasn't worked because we have not done it. Thanks, you're a great clapper. You can stay. Okay, fine, you're a good clapper too. Nobody else clapped. Nobody else is getting a shout out. But it hasn't been a resourced initiative, so we can't, it's not fair to say that it hasn't been effective in our community. The analogy I like to use is of the fire department. If the fire department were given a lot of buckets, and wow, there's still a lot of fires and they can't really put them out that well, we wouldn't be thinking of the fire department as a failure. We would be recognizing that they're not been put in a position to be successful. So that's just a really big piece about understanding harm reduction that I actually don't think that there's other communities we can point to that do have resourced harm reduction either. So it's not that this is something that just our community is lacking. It is across the country, really. So two of the specific programs that I wanted to talk about today, one of them is a SHARPS program. So this was a pilot program that was supported through the United Way. And basically what happened was people would, participants generally of Safe and Sound, would get a SHARPS disposal bin and they would get a gift card for turning it back in. Wow, what a revolutionary idea. And guess what? It worked really, really well. And we gave out a lot of gift cards and we returned thousands and thousands of needles that were properly disposed of to public health. And this isn't a program that that has been able to be fully funded going forward. So I think that that's sort of, seen in the last couple weeks with the snow melting, community conversations around SHARPS. We haven't been doing that in the last year because our resources have been stretched too thin to provide like life-saving interventions, that some of these programs that are just things that we want to have and that are nice to have and that are community building, they're not, I haven't myself, I'll just say I haven't been able to prioritize a SHARPS program because we have people dying. So I think that, and yeah, it's just true. Anyway, so I think that the SHARPS program is a really good example of really low-hanging fruit. We need to make the easiest decision for people, the best decision for people, And I say sometimes we could build a shelter with gift cards, okay? We can really do a lot with a little, and it's a really important opportunity and piece for the community. So another project that I wanted to talk about was in Peterborough, the Unity Project. So it's run by an organization called One City. A group of us went to One City in the summertime and to learn about what they do. They're kind of a similar agency to Safe and Sound, but the Unity Project, it is a downtown outreach team. So it is two people who are on bikes who have a publicly available phone number that then, if you're a business owner, if you're a concerned citizen, this phone number is advertised. And instead of a very, very resource-intensive call to paramedics, to police, you can instead call this number and say, somebody's crying on this corner, I don't know what to do, can't tell, is this person sleeping, is this person overdosing, somebody's yelling, walking down the street. For those matters that aren't criminal in nature, we as a community need to have somebody else we can call because our emergency services are already so taxed and we ask them to do and carry so much within our community, we gotta have more than one number to call. And we have 211, but so we gotta have a third number to call when we have a problem. Give a shout out to 211. So in Peterborough, it was actually initiated by the downtown businesses there. And people stepped up in a lot of different ways. So like the donut shop, Tragically Dipped, which is a great name for a donut shop, right? They provided a dozen donuts every day as something for people to have the outreach workers, to have to give out. The bike shop, Wild Rock there, donated the bikes. And I'll just list off. So some of the things that this team does not do: they don't remove tents, they don't forcefully remove people from a store, they won't like forcefully, if somebody has stolen something, they're not going to like, get into a physical interaction with the person to try and retrieve that property. And they can't provide anything other than basic first aid. So it's not a service that can kind of be a regular like medical support for people. What they do is, and I'll just read it so I don't misrepresent: intervene and de-escalate crisis situations or provide support to individuals in non-medical distress, redirect individuals to places and support, offer referrals as needed, mediate conversations between business owners and community members, clean up sharps and drug use equipment, and provide overdose and naloxone training to businesses. So in the first 2 months that it happened, in January and February of 2024, there was over 600 interactions with over positive supportive interactions, even it wrote, over 800 business check-ins, and over 50 calls to this public number. So this is something that I think that our community here can do. And this is not, when we look at the impact of visible homelessness on our downtown, this is a really important way to also show people who are driving by in their vehicles and maybe too scared themselves to get out, that there are people there who care, and that we don't, and business owners right now are in a really, really tough spot because we're not offering them the training and the support that they need to be able to have those conversations themselves. So I really envision this team being able to also support those business owners, being able to train them, and say like, hey, this is the language that I have used that I find most effective. For myself personally, like I'll just share with all of you, in front of Safe and Sound, when I'm asking people to move along, because loitering is something that's a challenge for a lot of business owners, and Safe and Sound is certainly not different in that aspect, I always say, sorry, you just have to be coming or going. And just saying, sorry, you have to be coming or going, I, like over 75% of the time, within 20 seconds, the person goes. And I recognize in those interactions, there is an inherent power in that, I'm the executive director of this place, and, there might be, they might think they get in trouble or whatever, but there's just some really simple ways that we can educate ourselves about how our language is important, where when I see, like, maybe other people who, a staff member or somebody who just hasn't had that same education, say, get out of here, or you gotta go, that's going to set a tone for that interaction that's not supportive, and it's gonna not lead to them moving. And if at the end of the day you just want them to move, it doesn't really matter if you want to be nice to them. It's probably still the most effective way to get them to move, to show that respect and to make them still feel like they are a part of the community. So, I'm just going to look through here. So we have copies of this proposal that will be out on our little table. Actually, Safe and Sound, just so you all know, we have an office here at the Harmony Center. So you can come check out the office also. And basically what we would like to do here in Peterborough, here in Owen Sound, actually also I want to say this project has not been well funded in Peterborough. So it's kind of like it was well resourced, but that was again through community driven initiatives. Like it was the donut shop and the bike shop, like those were the people who were driving this. It's not supported by the city of Peterborough, and there's not like a long arching window of support for this program. What I think would be great here is that this is also not available during traditional business hours. So if a team worked 12 to 7, 7:30, Tuesdays to Saturdays, that's a time when not a lot of other support services are available to people. The main objectives of, as I said before, rapid response. Right now at Safe and Sound, we get a lot of we get enough calls, not a lot, but still enough, of people who call like me to say, hey, so-and-so is down. They don't even usually know who they are. Somebody is down by the river. Can you go check on them? And the SOS team is fantastic when they are here and they are available to do some of those check-ins. But that's not, like they have clinics and they have a schedule and they're not just ready at the drop of a hat to go anywhere for anyone at any time. So that's something that we are asked to do, and that is a challenge, and we try and meet that need when it's possible. We also want our business owners to feel supported in the downtown, because it's really hard to have a business anywhere, and especially in a small town like Owen Sound. Even though we're a regional hub, the regions around are Annan, and I live in Annan, and it's not a big region to be drawing up business in from. But it's just important to find ways that our business owners feel like we're in this together. I think also on that point, this is a much more, as I referenced before, cost-effective approach to addressing these problems. And that's also why I think often I am met with people who think that I'm a very partisan person because of what I'm talking about. And I'm like, no, if you're a very fiscally conservative person, you probably really actually want Safe and Sound to be invested in. And that's something that I really think that takes a lot of mental gymnastics to not accept, but some people do it. But, and on that point, I think a really strong illustration of that is right now we're just finishing the second year of a 2-year pilot project for, as Josh mentioned before, an Out of the Cold program. So Safe and Sound right now, we're open not quite 24 hours because we close over lunchtime to clean, but we're open at night. People don't have beds. It's not a dignified way for people to have to be. It's not, I don't think, like it's at its very basic, it is a harm reduction intervention that has happened to keep people alive. It is not a long-term plan for our community, and it's not something that we can think is going to, it's not acceptable, really. But I'm glad that it's happened, because if not, like, you think there's a lot of people in the downtown now, like we have had times like in a 8-hour shift with over 70 people accessing Safe and Sound services this winter. That's like a lot of people. And I don't know, most of you probably haven't been in Safe and Sound space, but like it's kind of the size of the stage. So not all those 70 people were all in there at the same time that day, but it is at and beyond capacity. But this overnight pilot program, it has saved our community money. From the 5-month period, the previous winter that we were open, to our first 5 months that we were open 24 hours, there were 71 fewer emerge visits by homeless people to the Owen Sound Hospital. So that's just emerge visits. That's not also talking about anyone who is admitted. That winter before we were open overnight, there was just one guy who had frostbite, and he was in the hospital for about 6 weeks. The cost of one person being in the hospital for 6 weeks is more money, I am very confident, than that whole program being supported for the whole winter. And so that's why I think that a lot of these solutions, we have to hold some of of our strong opinions a bit more loosely, because like it's good to have strong opinions. You probably have them if you're in this room today, and that's good, but we just have to give ourselves a bit more space to kind of challenge what we think is helping in our community and what we think isn't helping. So I think that I'd just like to conclude on saying that our community has never been closer to these solutions, and we've never had more of an idea about how to address them. And in sort of the tidal wave that we feel with a lot of the negativity of just the world that we live in and our neighbors below us, and it's a really, really polarizing world to be in right now. But we can't let that cloud the reality that these solutions are more tangible and more possible now than at any other time. And we just really, really need to focus. And that form of accelerationism, which is language that's used, typically associated with the states and about, anyway, we won't get into that. I'm a politics student, so that's maybe a bit much. But that type of urgency in our action, we need as a community to be meeting these problems with that same level of urgency. And so I think that today is a fantastic opportunity for these conversations to happen. And I'm really excited to continue to talk to people after and to hear more solutions. But we have to make sure that after today, we don't just go home and think, wow, that was good. We have to find our next step after and move into action. So thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much to Annette. That was a very uplifting talk. Those of us that know Safe and Sound and know the work that's being done on the street, literally, it's a fabulous story to hear. So, okay, and one of the things that I've always thought about in combination with things going on in the community and how do we revitalize our energy and keep going on this sometimes feels like a treadmill. For me, music and singing is a great way to revitalize our spirits and get our energy going. So most of you know David Sereda. I'll introduce him once he's up here. But before I do that, I'll just mention that after David brings us all together with song, we're going to take a bit of a break, a 15-minute break next door in the Commons. Without further ado, David Sereda is described as one of Canada's most compelling voices, has performed for over 4 decades in concerts and festivals across the country. He's recorded albums of his songs and has been soloist with some of Canada's finest choirs. David has worked in music theatre nationwide as composer of musicals, performer, and music director. David finds the universal in the personal and the transcendent in the everyday. And he has seen how songs can help carry us through turbulent times. Please welcome David Sereda.
If you want to travel, you have to move. Sound reasonable? If you want to travel, you have to move. I'll sing it once, you sing it once. If you want to travel, you have to move. If you want travel, you have to move. I'll sing it with you. If you want to travel, you have to move. One more. If you want to travel, you have to move. If you want to travel, you have to move. You have to lift your feet down an unfamiliar street. If you want to travel, you have to move. I said, if you want to travel, you have to move. I can hear a harmony. If you want to travel, you have to move. Oh, you have to shift your mind. It's amazing what you'll find. If you want to travel, you have to move. If you want to travel, you have to move. If you want to travel, you have to move. Oh, and if you lift your heart, you won't stand apart. If you want to travel, you have to move. But listen, a word can never undo what is done. A word can never undo what is done. We don't need words so pretty, broken promises or pity. A word can never undo what is done. I said a word can never undo what is done. Better believe it. A word can never undo what is done. But I know we could heal if we work for real change. A word can never undo what is done. So if you want to travel, you have to move. If you want to travel, you have to move. Freedom is my goal. Body, mind, and soul. If you want to travel, you have to move. Oh, freedom is my goal. Body, mind, and soul. If you want to travel, you have to move. Freedom, freedom is my goal. Body, mind, and soul. If you want to travel, you have to move. 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 Don't move away now. You have to move. Move on closer. You have to move. Stand on up now. You have to move. Come on, stand up. You have to move. Clap your hands. You have to move. Oh, breathe now. You have to move. You can't breathe and sing. You have to move. You gotta breathe and you sing. You have to move. Oh, you have to move. Now I want you to sing this one. Freedom is my goal. Can you sing it? Freedom is my goal. There you are, one more. Freedom is my goal. Body, mind, and soul. Body, mind, and soul. One more. Freedom is my goal. Body, mind, and soul. If you want to travel, you have to move. That's coming, that's coming. If you want to travel, you have to move. One more, one more. If you want to travel, you have to move. where you went. You were there, and then all of a sudden you weren't, and then you came back, but then you came back. So, yeah, community singing. And I thought, okay, what community? What singing? Artists ask questions. We ask questions. We ask questions of ourselves, firstly, and then we ask questions of the world outside, and then we ask the question of how does one person relate to the world, which is very vast and amazing. And I do it through music, so music is my way of moving through the world. And we heard everybody who's talked so far, and probably will, spoiler alert, throughout the day, will talk about how we're here because the status quo is not working. Or maybe the system is working exactly as it's meant to work, so that means we need to shift how the systems are so that they can serve us. So I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about words, thinking about how we frame questions or conversations. This is a big conversation. It's many hours long, this conversation, and not just me in this interjection. And I thought about how do we frame things. If you say it's a small community solutions conference, does that mean that there are problems, or are they problems, or are they realities? Are they possibilities? So all of these things, how do we frame things? And because I'm a songwriter and a singer, that song that we just sang together was written probably started on the road in Annan, because I too live in Annan. Okay, everybody sing. Who's from Annan? Yay! See? There you go. And this song was written this week, and I'm still working on it. I thought, what do I want to sing at this conference? And I thought about, this conference, this community, who's going to be here? Like, what community are we talking about? And we'll find out, during the day we'll find out who's here. But the people that are here are also here for other people. I think that's an important thing to know, is who isn't in the room that we feel are our community. Whether they're here because they didn't feel like they should be there, or they didn't know about it, or they were working, or whatever, but still there are a lot more people in the room that are just bodies in the chairs. So this song has some simple, it's a call and response song as well. I'm going to move down. Shorter now. All of the ways. Try that. All of the ways. Good. Got it. Next one is all of the ways. All of the ways. Good. You'll hear that when that comes up. Join me, and I'll probably do this. Then there's another part that goes also with those same words, all of the ways. All of the ways. All of the ways. One more. All of the ways. All of the ways. all of the ways we disagree, all of the ways you are not me, all of the ways we are the same, all of the ways that we can't name, all of the ways, all of the ways, all of the ways, all of the ways. See, when we trust ourselves, we can sing. All of the ways, all of the ways, there's common ground, all of the ways that we are bound, all of the ways we haven't found, all of the ways through Owen Sound. Somebody said, "Oh, are you going to be singing?" And I said, "Well," I thought to myself, "that's half of it." Or as they say in theater, "Yes, and..." What's my time like? I have half a minute. This is why you always plan 3 songs and then do 2. So I have half a minute.
Not because you're not fabulous.
Thank you. We all need reinforcements. I'm going to say 5 things then in half a minute. And then I'll leave you with something that you can sing your way into coffee. I hate there's coffee. I hate there's coffee. This is important. I live here. I am an artist. I live in this community. This community inspires me. I wrote a song right over there in that corner, which I haven't sung yet. It's a Christmas song that talks about us being, maybe we can be the manger. I work for a community arts company called Sheater, which is, how many have heard of Sheater? Something about we do really interesting work in the community. And we work with organizations in the community to do the work. Most recently, I worked with a wonderful group of older adults over 55, including 2 who are here today. Hello, there's Pearl. And we wanted to come together and do creative work because why should we stop playing just because we're not a kid? So it all comes from play, and we wanted to have fun.
But the next project that Sheeter is going to do is about gender-based violence. It's going to be an interactive play that we're going to create with community members with lived experience, and it's about gender-based violence in older adults. So we are going to be embarking on that very soon. That's the third thing that I've said. I've got 2 more things to say. This song, I want to co-write with you. The song, All of the Ways that you now have in your head. So if you have a way that you would wish us to be, or a way that we are, come and see me. I will look like this. So find me. I'm at a table right beside the Safe and Sound people, I think. Yay! And we will add your thoughts to the song. And the last thing is, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine, let it shine, let it shine, let it shine. This little light of mine.
Welcome back, and that was a great little coffee, just a little bit, and a lovely muffin. Thanks to Reach Center for all the preparation you've done on that. Our next speaker, Marilyn Struthers, is from the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay. That's one of her involvements. She'll be talking on affordable housing solutions. For more than 50 years, Marilyn has worked as a coach and facilitator on a multitude of issues that face communities today. During the past 4 years, she has been a volunteer facilitator with the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay, building a community response to the housing crisis. Marilyn engages in a cross-sector approach to help ensure that everyone who lives here is adequately housed. Please put your hands together and welcome Marilyn Struthers.
If you want to move, how did that go? If you want to travel, you have to move. I love that. That's sort of what this work has felt like. So the Institute of Southern Georgian Bay hosts a regional group of mostly citizens, municipal councillors, all volunteers, county people, looking at really what would the local solutions be to the affordable housing crisis here. And I just want to take a minute. A number of us are in the room, so just put your hand up if you're a participant. I see. Yeah, so these are the people to buttonhole at the break. And I speak on behalf of them and quite a few others. So we did start this work 3 or 4 years ago. We asked what the local solutions would be to the housing crisis, the things that we could do ourselves in our community. And if the feds and the province get, some good stuff, we'll be ready. We have had a number of video events. The Institute as a host is actually really good at that sort of thing. There's a newsletter, sign up, check out the toolkit. That's the advertising. In November of 2023, we held a really large housing forum in Meaford. And we took the afternoon of that to really address a smaller subgroup. I think that was about 50 people. And facilitated around the question, if we were 10 times bolder and more collaborative, what would we be doing about the housing crisis in our region? And so what happened with that is a report was released last year, and then in November of last year, we released the results of the big think, and we call that the whole community approach to affordable housing. And it really is a call to counties, municipalities, citizens, housing developers, many nonprofit developers that we have to come together in a strategy, and the community also to look at financing. So I'll tell you a bit more about that in a sec. Get the right button. Affordable housing, we figured out finally, is really a systems problem. When we started out, somebody said, when do we put a shovel in the ground? We had a chance to work with Social Innovation Canada, be part of a financialization of housing. Innovation Lab was really quite interesting. And we really learned over that time that this is not a problem of shovels in the ground, and it's not a problem of not enough wealth either. Our current system is working really well for some, nationally and locally. You can look around our landscape and you can see it, but you can also see that in some places it's not working well. A system can only produce the outcomes it's designed to create, exactly and repeatedly. That's all a system does. It's a human-made thing. This is how we created the system, and we can create it differently. Change in that system can change the outcomes. So that's what we're working towards. The whole of Canada is in the grips of this systems crisis. We didn't create it locally, but as you've heard from some other speakers, it really is ours to solve. We have some unique aspects in a smaller community. Our real estate has been a bargain. We saw a wave of immigration following the pandemic. It's a pretty nice place to live, and most of us work in relatively low-income waged jobs. And finally, we're a community of many small independent municipalities, each with their own goals around development. Canada has an affordable housing definition. It's not about attainable housing. It's about what's affordable according to your income. That benchmark is 30% of gross income for all housing costs. Do you know that up until the last spring, it's one of the things we did get from the Ford government around housing, is that municipalities up until last spring had the responsibility, as they still do, for development decisions, but they didn't have the responsibility for development planning. So much of our time with municipalities has been spent talking about how you define what a good outcome is in your development decisions, and what are the tools that municipalities have. Now, we work not just in Southern Georgian Bay. The rule of entry for our group, in case anyone's keen, is if your eyes light up, you're in. It's worked really well for us as an apolitical kind of thing. We have people from, or county people from Simcoe, and we're very grateful for the work of Grey County in supporting really the messaging that we've been developing. I like to add to Kim's things about how communities work. We make the road by walking. We didn't know what the solution was when we started, and we don't know how to implement the solution now that we kind of know what it is. But this is what the picture of Owen Sound looks like. If you look at the demographics, 38.5% of our people are in some kind of housing precarity. And the rent that you can afford if you are a PSW, a retail worker, or you work in hospitality and tourism, those are the three benchmark salaries that we've looked at, is something like, what did we say, 800 and something a month. And you know that a single bedroom apartment, which many families are now in, is probably running 1,500, 1,800. I spoke in Bruce County yesterday, and there's a guy built affordable units. They're really lovely. They are $1,800 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. So this is a big problem for all of us. Businesses are having trouble finding employees in some cases, and all of us are going to, at some point, need those lower end of healthcare people. Homelessness is an urgent crisis, but I want to say it is only without taking away from the importance and the anxiety of it, it's only the most visible part of this larger crisis of housing. 85% of the people on the streets, says the Coalition to End Homelessness in Canada, are there because they can't afford their rent. But neither can much of the workforce in our communities right now. Many of our working families are struggling, and you can see it in the Grey County wait list for those affordable units. Grey County has lots of them. The last data that I have is that that wait list grew by 253% between 2021 and March of last year. And I have a sense of this because I have kids that are on it, as I'm sure many of you may know people who are on it. We see the food charities, Salvation Army and O'Share, picking up the slack for what people are needing to pay in rent, choosing between food and rent. So, 3 big problems that we've identified. What's the problem we're trying to solve? It took us a while to get there. Here they are. And as well as those 3 problems, really is the recognition that we need to scale for solutions, that we can't leave our municipalities to solve this crisis one by each. We don't have regional government. We don't need regional government, but we do need collaboration both on what the skills are of doing this work well from a development perspective and how we scale affordable housing. So you'll find on our table out there a piece that Liz Buckton from Grey County wrote on what your municipality can do to help. And we found that we were actually instructing, in many cases, municipal council members on what kind of tools municipalities actually have and could focus on affordability. So we proposed three change strategies. There we go. We need to support increased capacity in our non-market builders. We've just finished a survey of non-market builders in Grey County. We have many. Many of them are currently operating elder seniors' homes, not facilities, but residences. We need to do what many other communities in Ontario are doing and ramp up our capacity to build on a non-market basis. And that means nonprofits, and it means co-ops. It means social enterprises. We need to focus our municipalities and their development practices and the use of the tools they have on affordability, not on what we might hope might happen in the future in economic development, but actually on what people right now need to be the labor force in our communities. One of my kids was going to change long-term care facilities when there was difficulties in Owen Sound, was going to move to Meaford. We calculated it would cost her 60% more in rent to make that change. And she didn't do it. She couldn't. And then finally, we need to explore other kinds of capital mechanisms to finance. As a community, we need to look at community wealth, how we mobilize that, how our municipalities mobilize it, how you and I can take some of our retirement savings, should we be so lucky to have them, and invest locally. It's really critical. It's being done all over Ontario. So let me just delve down on this a bit more. This is CMHC's spectrum of housing. So what you heard Grey County talking about and the very magnificent efforts there around geared to income and subsidized housing is at the bottom, that would be your left, the far end. And then at the top end is market housing. And you've seen some of the lovely homes that have been built in our communities in the last little while. And if you really want to bring your spirits down, take a look at the post-pandemic profits of real estate. It's really, some people are profiting magnificently here. What that wedge in the middle is a traditional Canadian response to people in difficulty. It is to create housing that is affordable, and it's held non-market, affordable by mission rather than by market. And I see I'm going over time, so I'm speeding up here. And affordable rental is the most critical area of need, and you can see that that solves a whole bunch of problems in our community. So, municipal engagement, we need that more than the larger urban communities because only 8% of the revenue of the nonprofit sector is in rural. The rest of it's in urban. So most of our community wealth is held in our municipalities, and that's why we need them to engage with us. And finally, a community wealth strategy. And this is just beginning in our work. We're having a good look at what that might mean. There's a lunch table, I gather, if anybody wants to come and talk about what a community wealth strategy, how we mobilize community bonds and community investment. I'd love to hear from you, and I know the others at our table would as well. And so finally, this is our strategy. This is what Kim calls the next impossible thing. But we are now beginning to work on building out this infrastructure to be able to work in our communities. And I know Grey County particularly is working on the Blue Circle and Simcoe County as well. And we're looking to coach Bruce County in. Thank you.
Go this way. Thanks so much, Marilyn. We'll keep things moving along here. Next up, from the public health pilot project, which is called Drug Test Strips, Heidi Lucas is here. And Heidi, who has expertise in harm reduction in both urban and rural settings, she enjoys opportunities to work directly with clients, but also finds population-level initiatives to be vitally important. Heidi describes harm reduction as part of a spectrum of services that supports people in achieving optimal health and well-being as they navigate their journey with substance use. So, please welcome Heidi Lucas.
Hello. I really do feel so honored to be up here sharing with you today. I feel like the little sibling that's tagging along. All the projects we've heard so far are really exciting, and there's impressive outcomes already. And this is just a little project, but I do believe it is making a difference. So, oops, there we go. Drug test strips are a harm reduction tool, and in the context of substance use, harm reduction is about reducing the harms associated with substance use and keeping people as safe and healthy as possible. So drug test strips are a single-use disposable strip that can be used to detect the presence of certain substances in a sample of drugs. We offer tests for fentanyl, which is a potent opioid, xylazine, an animal tranquilizer, and benzodiazepines, which is a group of sedatives. The strips can be used to test drugs in pill, crystal, powder, or rock form. And to test a substance, a small sample is collected and dissolved in water. And then the test strip is dipped in the solution for 10 seconds, then laid flat for 60 seconds, at which time 1 or 2 stripes will start to appear, indicating a positive or negative result. So to give you the context for the need for drug testing, the unregulated supply of drugs has become increasingly toxic and contaminated with lethal substances. And this has led to increasing injury and death in our communities in Grey Bruce. So the line here represents mortality data over the years. I think 2016 is on the left and 2023 is on the right. So drug test strips are a tool that people can use to make drug use a little safer. And for someone accessing street drugs, test strips can help them have better certainty of what is truly in their dose or not. So there are some noteworthy benefits and limitations to the drug test strips. First, they help reduce the uncertainty associated with an unregulated supply. And this leads to client empowerment and improved consumer safety. People have the opportunity to discard a batch of drugs based on test results or to use more safely in other ways. And this is how drug test strips prevent injury and death. Having the kits available is also an effective engagement tool and provides opportunity to connect with clients and their support systems, promoting meaningful conversations about drug use. In terms of downsides, just by nature of their design, they offer limited information. So they just they can only detect the presence or absence of a drug. There's no way to know how much is in a sample. There's also the potential for false positives, so they do react with other chemicals, which can cause a false positive result. So meaning it shows that it's positive, but the target substance is actually not present. And a major limitation is just the fact that street drugs are very inconsistent in terms of quality. So they are mixed unevenly, and some substances have the tendency to clump together. So it's possible that a toxic substance may be present in a batch, but not represented in the sample that's collected. So for this reason, we encourage people to test before each use. Oops, I missed one. And finally, there's limited detection. So the strips do not pick up all benzodiazepines and all fentanyl analogs, although they do detect quite a few. So about the pilot project, in March 2024, we received a one-time provision of 3,750 drug test strips through the Ontario Harm Reduction Distribution Program. We partnered with 7 community organizations to strive for equity and accessibility, and together between April to October 2024, we distributed over 3,000 test strips across the region. When we evaluated the project, 4 results stood out. So first, clients really liked the test strips, and many expressed appreciation for the availability of the strips. This is actually something people have been asking for a number of years. Second, service providers told us that since offering test strips, clients are more open about discussing substances and test results, and this information helps inform community alerts and one-on-one information sharing about the toxicity of the drug supply. Conversations about the test strips also help build rapport between service providers and clients, and this opens the door for discussion about readiness to change and reintegration into mainstream health and social services. The third thing we noticed is that the initiative actually attracted new clients to harm reduction programs in Grey Bruce, including family members of people that use substances. The fourth outcome that's very encouraging is that test results led to more careful use. So more than 3/4 of a sample of clients said that because of the test strip results, they either used a smaller amount, used more slowly, made sure to have a friend with them, changed dealers, or rejected or disposed of the substance completely. So based on these positive results, we are pleased to continue offering the drug test kits as budget allows. We want to continue to give people the tools to know with better certainty what is in their drugs or not, so that they may use more safely or even discard the substance. I also want to highlight that more detailed drug testing is available through the SOS mobile program. Their mass spectrometer machine provides information about the quality and quantity of various substances in a sample. So I'll leave it to SOS to share more information about that if you're interested. And we hope that drug testing offered both through the kits and through the drug test machine will continue to help us better engage with our clients and to reach new clients with supports as they need them, as we equip people with information to protect their health and safety. Based on the limitations of the drug test strips and the fact that they're not 100% accurate, clients are urged to use test strips in conjunction with other harm reduction strategies. In the context of a highly unpredictable and lethal supply of street drugs, it's important to take every precaution to reduce harm. So public health recommends the following harm reduction strategies to use together with the drug test strips. So the first, start low, go slow. That means starting with a small dose and increasing slowly, especially if trying something new or restarting use. Another, take extra caution if mixing substances, because taking multiple drugs can increase the risk of harm and drug poisoning. Only use new supplies and avoid sharing drug use supplies. This reduces the risk of getting or passing on an infectious disease. Supplies are available at Public Health and through a number of community partners. We encourage everyone to get overdose prevention training and to carry a naloxone kit. Naloxone temporarily reverses the effects of an opioid poisoning. And probably the biggest thing is to avoid using alone. So having a trusted, sober friend present at the time of use is crucial to receiving timely help in the event of an overdose or if something goes wrong. If it's not possible to have a friend close by, we suggest calling or texting the National Overdose Response Service. This is a toll-free line where an operator will dispatch help if the caller stops responding. The same service is also available through the Brave app, so in an interactive app. Harm reduction, drug treatment, enforcement, and prevention efforts all go hand in hand in a fulsome drug strategy to address the decades-long toxic drug tragedy. Grey Bruce Public Health is committed to prevention efforts with a focus on the risk and protective factors that contribute to harmful substance use. So there are various public health programs that promote health and well-being across ages and stages, from preconception to childhood, throughout youth and throughout adulthood. So to name a few, Healthy Babies, Healthy Children, the school program and the health promotion team focus heavily on building personal skills, supporting community safety nets, and advocating for healthy public policies to prevent harmful substance use. Additionally, work through the Children's Alliance and the Community Drug and Alcohol Strategy involves collaborative initiatives and partnerships across organizations from various sectors to prevent harmful substance use. So thank you for the opportunity to share. This concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Heidi. She's our first speaker who actually finished under time, so that's a good thing. Woohoo! Okay, next up we have Kevin McNab. His topic will be Community Paramedicine, Life in the Margins. Kevin is co-chair of Support Outreach Services, known as SOS. He's involved with United Way Bruce Grey, and Director of Paramedic Services for Grey County. Support Outreach Services provides person-centered social mobile. Do you want to switch out or? Okay. Social mobile response to improve health outcomes and health equity of highly marginalized individuals who experience barriers in access to traditional health services in Grey County. The collaborative mobile team is supported by physicians engaged with addiction medicine and partners with healthcare and social service organizations. Finally, I've just been informed that Kevin was recently awarded the King Charles III Coronation Medal. So please welcome Kevin. Oh, you're going to put it up there.
Thank you. Well, good morning, everybody. And Heidi, thank you for taking less time because I got told I can have an extra 5 minutes. So I'm really pleased to be here today to talk about supportive outreach services. Really, I'm a connector to this group of fine individuals that work together every day to deliver this service in the community. I just want to start, though, as I was sitting here listening to Kim Wingrove, our CAO, talk this morning. She talks about, what needs to be done, to develop programs to respond to complex issues. And it is about collaboration, being able to give and take and work together. But what it also takes for me, and I think about as she spoke her words, it wasn't just words sitting at her table, across her desk, and at that table we've talked about a lot of complex issues. You got to have somebody that has your back. And I can say for sure that she has had our backs at Grey County. And we cannot do what we do without her. So thank you, Kim. So just a bit of history of how SOS began. There wasn't much really good come from COVID. It was a tough time, but we learned a lot, and we also really enforced and reinforced the need to work together as a community. In May of 2021, there was a COVID outbreak at a rooming house in southern Grey County, where there was about 40 individuals that were suffering from COVID. At that time, it was the Delta outbreak, and they had to isolate for, initially thought for 2 weeks, but it ended up being close to 30 days. And our goal that month was to care for those individuals. They could not leave the site. What was wrong, though, was a lot of the people there were suffering from mental health and addictions. So we were tasked to really do whatever it took to keep them safe for that month. So we arranged fairly quickly. Public health brought us together. We got an operational group together. Bright Shores, CMHA, County of Grey, Paramedic Services, United Way, Salvation Army, OSHARE, and the list went on, municipalities, police departments. There was a number of groups got together, and what we did that month was take care of people, met them where they were at, met all their needs, and cared for them that month. Nobody died that month, nobody overdosed that month, and this place was known to have a number of overdoses and some fairly complex problems. I learned a lot that month. I knew about the social determinants of health, but I never really seen it in action. Sometimes in healthcare we think we're most important, but we're not actually. People that we're trying to help in the community that do suffer from mental health and addictions quite often have been wronged by the healthcare system and been treated poorly by the healthcare system, and their relationship has been strained. And but what happens is when you actually are able to take time and kindness and speak to people, and quite often it's a piece of pizza or a pair of socks to start. They don't really talk about their addiction or their high blood pressure first, but you build that trust and get that engagement. It can go a long ways. And then once you start to meet those basic needs, then you start to have other conversations about health and how you can make it a better day tomorrow. And that's what we saw that month. We actually worked, and actually within a few days, we've seen significant improvements in people that it was right off the charts. That imagine that, if you actually give people good food, you make sure their basic needs are met, and you offer them health care, how much they can respond. And that's what we saw. And we were there actually for a month, and it was a difficult situation, but we learned so much from it. Part of our exit plan, we just didn't want to walk away. They didn't want us to walk away. We gradually just decreased our service, and then we maintained, we call it the market. I think market came later, but that's what we call it now, of services that offer help in that town, and we've carried on every 2 weeks since. So that happened in May, and we carried on through the summer. And this is a picture of 2024, but really since 2017, we've seen a significant increase in harm done by opioids. And we are in an era right now that we've never seen before. We think about harmful drugs, alcohol, cannabis, cocaine, heroin, those type of drugs, but we've never seen anything like fentanyl. Fentanyl is a different urgency. Fentanyl is killing people, harming people day in and day out. I work in a paramedic system, and our core role is responding to emergencies. And the work that we're doing is actually trying to get ahead of this. In paramedic services, we usually respond after the emergencies happened. But with the team of supportive outreach services, our goal is to get ahead. I show this slide because the grips of fentanyl are still with us. We haven't fixed this yet. And you see across Grey County in 2024, we map every overdose that happens, 183 of them. Over 100 of them are in the downtown core in Owen Sound. And it's not a homeless problem only. It is actually an issue amongst I think it's in people that are housed and unhoused. And the thing is, though, they're disconnected from the healthcare system, most likely because of stigma. So our goal, and where we actually focus on, is bringing these resources to them. And we'll talk more about that in street outreach. So what is SOS? We were doing all this work. We set up these markets to help people. We started in Hanover, and then we moved to Owen Sound. And it was Christmas of 2021. We got a call from Ontario Health. Would you be able to do a mobile project? And we were looking for a way to follow up with people because we only see them every 2 weeks. So we thought it was great. They give us 3 months worth of funding. And so we brought a team together. Some of them are here in the crowd today, but we have an addiction specialist physician that oversees the addictions medicine. We have a community paramedic, a nurse practitioner. We have 2 mental health counselors and a social navigator. With that whole idea of, it's not just health, you have to take care of the social side of things too, housing, basic needs. And then we're also supported by over 20 organizations to deliver medical care, addictions care. We respond to the crisis, mental health care. We do COVID and other responses around COVID. We definitely around social supports and system navigation, connecting people to resources. We have clinics that we offer throughout Grey County. Primarily, they're in Owen Sound every 2 weeks and Hanover, but we also travel to Meaford and Durham, and we've been in Dundalk and in other areas of the county. I'm sorry, I'm really breezing through this because I know time is of the essence and I got to talk about a bunch of stuff, but I can't say enough about our partners. We have over 20 partners, it's over 25 now, that work to support community members needing assistance. That is the key to our program, is the support of not only the core team members that do the mobile outreach, but also the members that support our markets. Without them, this would not be possible. And just so you know, since 2021, Francesca brought us together on a Zoom, and we've met every 2 weeks since that time. If you can imagine, 20 people show up every other Tuesday at 10 o'clock to listen to us talk. So isn't that neat? So mobile outreach, street medicine, I don't care if you pave the way to the hospital with gold. You know, our community members that are struggling with mental health and addictions are not accessing the system. They've lost trust, and we have to rebuild that trust. The only way to do that is actually take the system to them. So that's what we do. We do street outreach. We work with marginalized populations that are homeless or precariously housed, and we deliver the full gamut of what they would require right on the spot. So, you know, we work with primary care, addictions, medicine, mental health care, sexual health, infectious disease, but we also look after their basic needs and also connect them to housing. This is a great example. That's a fire department taking us out to do some outreach. And this is our wonderful team. This is one of the great, they truly are the ones doing the work day in and day out. Again, I sit in a nice cushy office and hear all the great stories that they tell and how they help people, but it's truly them on the street that make the difference. So we have a nurse practitioner. What we are able to do, we're able to respond in the moment with care, whether it be addictions, medicine, or primary care. They're able to treat people right at that moment. When we talk about fentanyl, if somebody is willing to take treatment today, we can't wait till tomorrow. We actually start today. That's the goal. We also support over 100 people with their primary care needs, whether it's infections or if it's wound care. Whatever those are, it could be high blood pressure. Hopefully we actually get to that point to talk to somebody about their blood pressure. But most often it's the most urgent of needs that we work with. And again, we work with our most underserved in the community. A community paramedic works with the nurse practitioner. Really what it does is expand the nurse practitioner's ability to care for more people within the community. We also are connected to the 911 system, so if there is an emergency, we do respond to the call, and we will treat the person in emergent capacity. So again, more pictures of our team. We are pretty much set up shop anywhere. You'll see us out and about, parking lots, sometimes just on the back trail, but this is our team out doing some work. One thing that we've really been working on lately is working with Dr. Louisa Bellamore from Timmins, where they have been giving Sublocade to people fairly quickly. This is a life-saving drug. It's a medication that's injected into their abdomen. It lasts 4 weeks. It gets rid of their cravings and gets rid of their withdrawal symptoms, and it protects them from overdose. We give this in a Tim Hortons parking lot. They don't have to access traditional health care to get this. Right now, we have about 30 people on this drug, and we think it's partly to do with a lot of the reduction in overdoses we're seeing. The social navigator, again, this is back to you don't have health without the social determinants of health. And without the support of Sandra and the team that work on this, between clothing, food, basic services, connecting them to housing, and really doing life skills, that definitely would not be a success without Sandra and her work as a social navigator. This is her van if you see her driving around town. Thank you, Sandra. We also come with mental health harm reduction counselors. In the moment, they deliver mental health care. They work with people. Generally, when you have addictions, it's usually been brought on by some sort of trauma in your life, and they're able to work through that trauma with them and then connect them to long-term treatment. They also can do applications to treatment centers right in the moment. Again, brings these community members from surviving to thriving. And there's our two great counselors sitting at a local outreach. I can't say enough about Grey Bruce Public Health. They've been with us from the start. We're around the project charter and data collection and did the health equity assessment. We work with them in numerous things, whether it's harm reduction supplies, they supply all them, infection prevention and control. We did a big mass vaccine blitz last fall, and I think it's really made a difference. We have our opioid poisoning alert system, and they're always with us at our clinics, at our outreach. So thank you for public health for all that they do for us. Something new for us is drug checking. We're one of 15 places in the Canada that actually can do drug checking, and we can actually see what's in the drugs and the concentration of it. There was an overdose recently where the person didn't respond to naloxone, and we're able to see that there was xylazine in it, and we're able to get an alert out so people knew that there was xylazine in our community. And that's just a picture of it. Those are nice shiny colors that really aren't that nice. That's fentanyl in there. And again, that's what it makes it look like for people to see. And that's Teresa. She's our drug checking warrior, always out doing this. We do respond to crises, so whether it's a fire or whether it's an outbreak, we're able to mobilize quite quickly, and we support emergencies in the community. Sorry, I'm on the yellow card here. But, and this is our trailer. We can set up shop pretty much anywhere where it's needed to respond to this emergency. I can't say enough about Grey County Housing. We already heard from them this morning, but they're a partner with us, and actually we're a partner with them. We work with people to come up with a plan to get housing. We meet with their hotel at least once a week, sometimes more. And again, we tailor plans to meet with them. And there's a great group of people working together. That's the housing outreach team with our SOS team. These are our client experiences. This is really what matters, is what the clients and community members think of us. And really, a lot of people believe that we do save their lives. It makes a difference, and we're able to reconnect with people. And again, in tough work, when the work is as tough as it gets, this is the kind of stuff that the team goes back to. So appreciative of the work it is. And yep. 2024 findings, 1,289 encounters, and I think that's quite small. I think that's the people that we actually write down that we saw, but we see a lot more than that. 202 unique clients. And we see a lot of it around addiction, medicine, and testing and wound care. A lot of mental health counseling sessions around harm reduction and counseling. And look at the referrals, over 1,000 referrals made, and a 97% client satisfaction. So again, we got to toot our own horn a little bit. We got a Health System Quality Award from Bright Shores when we first started. Last year, we went up against the big hospitals like Sick Kids and Hamilton Health Science Center, and look at that little old SOS, 4 days a week, won an award. So for population health category, and we've been invited to speak all across the province and some national conferences as well. Again, this type of model is catching on. This is the way it needs to be for helping people in the community to reach out and connect with them. And just going to end with, I really hope someday that we can get SOS 7 days a week. That's our plan. Our plan, again, with some really great people in this room, is to get more medical care downtown Owen Sound, and we're working towards that. Really, there's lots to do yet. We have not solved this problem, but I think with the collaboration, everybody working together, we're in the right path.
I just wanted to make two other points because I am so passionate about the impact of the work that has been undertaken by the paramedic team and all of the groups, agencies, organizations that work with them. But I can't say enough what a slog this has been and what a champion Kevin and Francesca and other people have been to be able to make this a reality. No one was standing with their checkbook out waiting to give us money to do this. We are so far outside of the narrow mandate of paramedic services, which is 911 response, that you can hardly see it from where we sit. I think one of the most critical outcomes of this work, though, and having people on the street, is the connection to people who are impacted by human trafficking. Those people are trapped and they're scared and there's never going to be a good outcome from them. And so the only way that we can do anything for these people is if we can be present in a place where they can possibly get a message to somebody to help them to get out. And Kevin can tell you some stories of people, but I just, as a mom and a grandma, I just can't say enough how important it is that we continue to support work like this to save the people in our community that are in such a terrible, vulnerable situation. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for coming up right after lunch. And if you do need to take a walk around, feel free to just, if you want to digest a little bit more. But it's time to get rolling so we can stay on track here. Next up, Chief Craig Ambrose from the City of Owen Sound. And his topic will be a balanced approach to community policing. And Craig is the Chief of Police. And Craig grew up, worked and raised his family in rural Waterloo Region, where he began his policing career with the Waterloo Regional Police Service more than 35 years ago. Craig held progressively more responsible duties throughout Waterloo Region, ranging from general patrol to undercover work and homicide investigation. He was appointed Owen Sound Chief of Police in January 2019. So, please welcome Chief Ambrose.
Okay, sorry about that. Wanted to start my timer so I don't run over and I don't get the flash cards. So. And I'm not sure if I have the worst spot or the second worst spot between the one just before lunch is really bad and the one just after lunch everybody's tired, but thanks. When I looked out and I saw the crowd today, there are a lot of the presenters and attendees. They're friends and partners in the work that we do, and I appreciate all of those partnerships. And I want to start by saying that I'm a proponent of harm reduction. I work on all those committees. I sit with public health. I sit with all of our friends around the community. But at the same time, I have to look at a balanced approach, and that's public harm reduction, prevention, and as well the justice side of things, and working with the community and looking after and making sure, keeping people alive is my priority, but serving everyone is the need of my role. So some of the things I don't necessarily always get support from all of my partners and coworkers, and ask some tough questions. And Heather at lunch appreciate those tough questions. And I'd agree with you. And I think there's systems gaps that need to be addressed, and I'm just not sure where those are. And that's the benefits of partnerships. We can work together to address those gaps. Because you know what, the other title for my topic is, what we've tried isn't working, so how do we try to balance our approach? And that's really the subject of this. So I started in Owen Sound in 2019. Partnerships are key to effective policing, and when I got here, I didn't feel that we had the effective partnerships that we really needed to make this work. We worked really hard as an organization, and identified opportunities to build those partnerships. And some of them with Housing, United Way, all the people that are here today, we work closely with, including even OSHARE, and we created a unique story. We created an opportunity. All of our in custodies need meals, and up until about 2020, right about the pandemic, we'd just send an officer over to Tim Hortons when we needed something, and we'd buy it there. And one of our officers came forward with the idea that said, why don't we support our community? So from that time forward, Reach puts a bag together for all of our prisoners that are in custody, and OSHARE does sandwiches, and we pay Reach to put the bags together, and we pay OSHARE to provide us with food and give back to the community. Thank you. And that came from a grassroots within our organization. One of our officers actually came up with that idea, and we thought it was great. So that's an example of the work that we're doing, trying to change that. And we can't do it alone. We opened up our doors. We started doing citizens police academies. Many of the people that are in the audience have attended the citizens police academies, and we appreciate that, and it gets our message out there. Prior to 2019, there was almost no proactive response to calls for service and how to deal and how to help and benefit the community moving forward. Community services at that time was really focused on school programs, and we brought in a new community services officer, Jason Cranny, and most people in the audience probably know Jason. He's an amazing attribute for our service. And it really changed that was part of the change from the approach from both the senior leadership and the service. And really, it was building those partnerships and starting those things, and that was a whole service-wide program. Many of the members of our service and myself either sit on or make up members of committees and boards and the programs that we work with. And we want, police shouldn't be, nor do we want to be the solution in all cases. And we've taken on a role that maybe we shouldn't have, but there was a gap in the services, and we always filled in those gaps. And the police get the call for service on 911 call, and who else do you go? Who else is available? Who else are you going to send in the middle of the night on a Saturday night or on a Sunday? The police are the 24/7-hour organization, and nobody knows who to call, so they call the police. Whether that's right or wrong, we have to determine what that balance looks like moving forward. It takes a multi-sector response in order to be successful. So some of the good, in 2019, we introduced the Mobile Mental Health Addiction Response Team, where we partner members of our police service with mental health workers from CMHA. It had been something that's been going on in a number of different organizations, but when I got here, nothing was being done. So we first partnered with them, and we've developed that program, and it's expanded. It's moved forward. Starting in 2019, they were working with one of our plainclothes detective officers, and they were basically available 40 hours a week, and that was on a response to a call. Our officers would go and respond. They did a lot of proactive work. They went out and met with the community and talked to people and made sure people were taking their medication. They followed up with people who had been in crisis, those types of things. Since that time, we've expanded that. We've received some more core funding, grant funding to expand that. So we now have 2 members, 40 hours a week, and then we have a day shift and an afternoon shift. So it's still not quite there as much as we'd like. We'd love to have a mental health worker working with us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but we're getting there. We're expanding that as we can. We also introduced the 2 grant-funded core positions, community-oriented response positions, and those are the proactive pieces. Those are the most important pieces of policing. Besides responding to your calls for service, when somebody calls and you need a police officer there, these are the officers that deal with the problems and avoid the crisis, avoid the calls for service. The work that those core officers do probably prevents a good portion of the calls for service that when people get into crisis. And prior to 2019, there was no proactive response. So we're really happy with the way that's gone. We also, as I said, mentioned that we also expanded that mobile mental health, and we redeployed those mental health workers. They're not working in an office now. They're out working with our officers on patrol. They're on every shift. They're out taking calls that maybe, maybe it isn't mental health, but most of our calls for service have a mental health component to them. So we found a benefit to redeploy and get out of the office, get on the calls, and offer those supports and an alternate response method by using those individuals. In 2024, we added 2 grant-funded bail compliance and warrant apprehension teams. And those members are out and they're enforcing bail curfews, anybody who's released on conditions. They're making sure that people are following their curfews. Also, anybody who's out on a warrant, they're aware of the individuals, who they are, and making sure that they comply with the courts. So that's some of the good. But then, some of the bad. Around 2021, we quit laying criminal charges for possession of CDSA, and there's a big history behind that. There's a big problem with opioid use, certainly in Grey County and Owen Sound. We're probably the center and the hub, as was mentioned previously this morning. 89% of the non-fatal, of the 215 suspected overdoses in 2024, 89% were non-fatal, but we attended, the ones that are on Owen Sound, and 11% were fatal. And I think that number's got to change. Everybody's talked about that, and we have to make a concerted effort to get that down. And all the work that all the partners are doing is great, but we still need to drive that number down. But 86% of the overdoses were in Grey County of the total, and 80% of all of those overdoses within Grey County happened in the city of Owen Sound. So there's a real problem that we have to deal with here in town. Historically, there's 3 waves to the opioid epidemic. The first wave was the late 90s when they started prescribing opioids and OxyContin. The second wave, there was an increased availability of heroin and other prescription medicines to fill the void when doctors quit prescribing those medications. And then the third wave is the one that we're in right now, and that's obviously the most traumatic and it's the most difficult to deal with, and that's the synthetic opioids, including the fentanyl and the more lethal variations that we're seeing now. And, you know, we have to deal with those waves. And so the police service kind of changed their philosophy. As problematic substance use and abuse increased, so did the enforcement. That's historically, back in the 80s, 90s, that war against drugs type of mentality. We realized that didn't work. When we started dealing with individuals who had been prescribed controlled substances and narcotics and they'd become addicted, it was the realization for the police, and I'll be the first harm reduction meeting I went to as a young officer, I thought, oh, I have a role in harm reduction. That's arresting people and throwing them in jail. Like, that was my form of harm reduction. They're not, and at the time, my feeling was they're not going to do any harm to themselves when they're in jail. I've obviously changed a lot since then, and it's changed my mindset. But seeing those people who you knew, you worked with, and they had been prescribed medications by their doctors really changed the mindset of a lot of officers. Suddenly people saw themselves, their families, and their loved ones that are battling those addictions. And so the realization that the problematic substance abuse was a health issue and not any type of weakness, that prevailed, and many officers changed their opinions. And our enforcement gave way to harm reduction. The criminalization of a health issue reduced our enforcement. And I think it was the right direction to go, and I still do think it's the right direction to go, and I'm not sure that we're not going to go back to what we had before. But I think, there's support from many parties involved in the decriminalization, like the Portuguese government did. And one of the biggest issues that I identify is, if there's no charges, what alternatives are there? And there needs to be an option for treatment and referral mechanisms, and there needs to be all those supports and wraparound services. It's fine not to lay charges, it's fine to defer people, but we really need options to make sure that there's something for them to fill that void. The harm reduction strategies grew and they saved lives and expanded to include supervised consumption sites, those types of things. And it met the needs, but there was never any public debate about decriminalization, but the government made a change and de facto went with decriminalization when they sent out instructions to the federal prosecutors, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, in their statements to from their head office and in the direction that they received from the Prime Minister from the cabinet papers, was that they're no longer going to support prosecution of possession of controlled substances. So that really looked at, okay, how are we going to deal with this situation in that case? And police in general, we took an approach where, okay, well, if there's no point laying charges if the prosecution is not going to go further. And the question came out, is it an abusive process for an officer to go and make an arrest and charge somebody when we know that it's not going to go anywhere on the other end? So we sat back and we decided that we weren't going to do that, and the majority of services quit laying possession charges. Some people then started to believe that it was legal, and at the same time as that was taking place, the public marijuana consumption became legal. So there was some feelings amongst the people that, okay, well, I can use my drugs in public. The problem that I see is that the pendulum's probably swung too far. Despite the harm reduction efforts and saving lives, more people are dying every year, as you saw from Heidi's stats this morning. And without enforcement, the visible effects of substance use have become more problematic. And I think I receive calls daily, and I know it's a topic of conversation within the city, of the visibility of drug use and the visibility of substance abuse within the city. And there's disorderly behavior, and public use has increased significantly in the last few years. So more people are affected than simply the individual. And as I said, the focus shifted in my opinion, too far to the individual and away from everyone involved. The Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police changed their stance as well recently from support of decriminalization of possession to no longer supporting decriminalization unless all those things that I mentioned earlier are put in place. So we want to see a stop to the rise in families affected and loved ones who are lost. So we have to look at, what's the plan moving forward. So the plan moving forward We're looking at returning to enforcement of the CDSA, the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, for possession charges for public drug use. We may or may not lay charges in those cases. Chances are that we'll make arrests, we may seize drugs, but unless there's circumstances that meet certain criteria, as far as how it affects the public and things like that, we won't be laying charges. We may not proceed through the court system, but we will seize the drugs, make an arrest, and release the individual. We're going to include victim impact statements for problematic areas and anything that does go to the courts. So there will be a generic victim impact statement from probably authored by myself or one of the inspectors, indicating the problems and the results and what's happened and why we're moving towards this direction on those cases that do go to court. And that's simply just to make sure that the court and the Crown Attorney get the knowledge and impact of what exactly is happening and how that's happened. And I'm here to discuss looking for ideas and suggestions, and I've talked to Annette, and Annette's sent me the Social Navigator program, and we're supporting of that, and we're also looking at setting something up like that on our own, but maybe we'll run it together in a partnership. We'll have to see how that's going to work. But we're looking for other ideas, other options, and other things to do as a service. We've got some grant funding that's just been made available, so we're taking a look at what that looks like, whether that's community partnerships, whether that's alternate response philosophies, or how we're going to move forward with that. So there's a number of different options out there. This TATE is all about finding solutions and finding options. So that's our goal. That's how we want to move forward. And I actually left some time for questions, hopefully. So. Jared. So is there a messaging issue? The problem is that nobody filled that gap. Nobody came forward to provide those wraparound services. That's why we're here today. If all those gaps and services were filled, like Kevin said, in SOS, when everything was there and everything was provided, there wasn't the issue. The problem that we have right now is there's no alternative. So if we find somebody, and even if we laid a charge or if we decide to go with a diversion, there's no alternative. There's no pre-charge diversions for in relation to controlled substance use, and that's something that's missing. We're working with the Crown Attorney's office to say, if we lay a charge and you decide you can go to post-charge diversion, why can't we have that in pre-charge diversion so that people can go and get at least information, at least put them into the system and get them out there so that they're working with our partners and working with the providers who can provide them with the information and hopefully make a difference in moving forward.
So if you're thinking of implementing a social navigator system, which I'm familiar with in Hamilton as well, it was Chief DeCare that brought that in. But you've identified deficiency. At least the social navigator program in Hamilton had the services that they identified they were in place because of the ongoing historical problems in Hamilton. So the not charging, the diversion, so whether it's street prostitution or whatever it might be, they had that going. I'm not sure where it is now, but wouldn't that be something you have to determine first, like if you have those services and then implement a social navigator program? Because the social navigator program would give you statistical and demographic information you need once you're picking up somebody, once you're putting them through the system, you know, without having to take a more harsh approach. But you need those services. Does that make sense to you? I'm not sure how to approach that.
Yeah, and that's an excellent question. And yes, some of the services are available, and they're not available when they're needed, and that's the problem, and that's, as I explained, that's why it's falling to the police. So we're hoping that having the visibility, having the people out there, having a presence 24/7 or into the evenings when the other services aren't around, that's the goal of us, having somebody there to provide those services and provide those referrals, and to make sure that, and it's increasing the visibility, it's increasing the presence downtown so that people have that perception of safety, change their perception of being unsafe to a perception of, you know, there's people out here, there's people looking after the community, there's people looking after the problems outside of those normal working hours.
Thanks very much, Chief. I was really interested this morning to hear what Annette had to say about the One City project in Peterborough, which I think, if I got this right, was being... Oh, sorry. I was just saying I was impressed with the project that Annette mentioned this morning, the One City in Peterborough, and I think you said it was initiated by downtown business owners. And I mean, we do have an established downtown business association, but I'm wondering about the role that might play, and particularly in helping to address the animosity in our city towards unhoused people. That, you know, there's a real hostility that, you know, busloads of people from Toronto are being left here because we are a hub for treatment. And I wonder if there's an opportunity to kind of broaden the scope of engagement, not only with business, but with citizens. I'd just like to hear your ideas.
Yeah, so my idea is that we're going to try and start it with some grant funding from the government and put it into place and do a proof of concept. And then if it's successful, if it's making a difference, that's when you go out and you reach out to the individuals and the businesses and the downtown business and all those things to try and keep it going and keep it funded and to keep it active. That's why we're looking for community partners to move forward on that to begin with. And I think there's a benefit to actually doing a proof of concept, making sure it works. And you know what? It might not work the way it's designed the first time, but if you work with it and you create those relationships with the community partners and you identify the gaps in the services that you need and fill those gaps, that's when it's going to make a difference.
So who would those community partners be? Who do you see?
The ones that we're working with now, United Way, Safe and Sound, Public Health, all those EMS, Gray EMS, all the people that are here and are talking about the problem now. So. They all need more funding. Yeah, exactly.
We have time for one more question.
Thank you, Chief. You mentioned during your presentation that not all your colleagues are entirely on side with what I would define as your progressive policing approach. I often read about police officers who are overly aggressive, who have little or no empathy, and seem inclined to arrest and throw away the key whenever they can. Do you experience that mentality among your police officers? And if so, what are you doing about it?
So maybe my context was a bit wrong on that. When I was saying that not everybody bought in, I was explaining back when I first got involved in harm reduction, I didn't buy in either, and I wasn't part of the solution. I'll tell you that I was opposed, not opposed, but it took some convincing for me to realize that was the best way. And I think part of that was when you realize and you understand, you interact with people who are losing loved ones who you know, and it hits home personally. That, when I'm talking about not everybody buying in, that's historically. I don't see an issue with that with our officers now, and just to clarify on that. But I agree with you. Like the fact is, we've got a whole lot more people in a lot of different roles that are outside of just frontline policing. And as we give opportunities to people to go through the core unit and to have that opportunity to do the proactive things, and to deal with the people who are supportive of the police and they're not always going to those responses where they don't want the police there. Those are the situations. Those are the opportunities where people get that humanization and they understand how that works. So that's a process that we're doing.
Next up, all the way from Squamish, BC, Lori Payne. Lori is, her topic today is Under One Roof, Reframing Relationships. Lori's the Executive Director of Helping Hands Society in Squamish, BC. Lori is a socially responsible leader, convener, and community builder. As Executive Director at Squamish Helping Hands Society, she collaborates on community housing solutions. Lori values the importance of diverse relationship building and transparent governance. She enjoys creating strategic perspectives while generating positive opportunities and outcomes. Please welcome Lori.
Okay. Hello, everybody. I am Lori Payne. I am an ally. I originally come from Anishinaabe territory, otherwise known as Barrie, Ontario. That is where I first learned about family, nature, and responsibility. I want to honor the land in which I'm speaking today, which is the people of the Three Fires, the Ojibwe, Odawa, and Potawatomi nations. This is my backyard. This is in Squamish, home. This is Squamish. And it's really important that we don't just honor the land, but we honor all the connections of the land and the people and the creatures and the solutions that can happen on the land. In Squamish Nation, they use a word called chen shtwe. That is lifting people up. They actually do this to each other instead of clapping. And so at the end of all our community gatherings, you'll see people doing this, and that's to lift each other up. I am a person with lived experience. I'm a person with lived experience. I'm a person with lived experience because I had, my father had a brain injury when I was a small girl. I have a stepbrother with autism, and I have an auntie that was born developmentally disabled. So I'm a person with lived experience dealing with mental health for most of my life. I want to give a little bit of a context of how I got to where I am and how I'm getting to the solutions I'm getting to. I started a community garden. I worked at a social enterprise that raised money, basically from a thrift store that raised money for mental health in Whistler, BC. I was working for Whistler Community Services, and then COVID happened. I was the interim executive director. I told this story at lunch, but I had to reframe how I thought about myself and my relationship to my work. I was the interim executive director. I always answered every question with, what would Jackie do? And suddenly I had to figure out, what would Lori do? And you'll hear similar themes, and so I had to start doing the same things we were doing, but I had to start doing them differently. This is when relationships became so very important to me. This is when responsibility became very important. We had to scale up the food bank, we had to scale up mental health services, and we had to certainly scale up our resiliency. It started when we formed the Emergency Operations Center during COVID at Whistler Community Services. And on that team, there were counselors, there were EMS, the CAO, Whistler Blackcomb Foundation. There was all these people sitting around this table trying to create a solution for our community in this critical time. So I leveraged all those relationships. Whistler Blackcomb ended up donating all the food off the mountain to our food bank. 25,000 kilos of food to our food bank. I used a relationship with a donor that had a big, giant reefer truck, and that's where we put all the food. We had a counselor on our board of directors, which was really important, liaising with our local government. And that's when I learned that multi-solving is the best thing to do. So it's solving many problems with one thing. I'm going to talk now a little bit about Squamish. This is my beautiful town on Howe Sound. In 2023, in the point-in-time homeless count, there were 119 homeless people. The homeless count is happening again this year on April 13th. We do one every 2 years. 50% of our community is new since 2018. I was saying on Google, I think it says we have 22,000 people, which is very similar to Owen Sound. Right now, the mayor just told me the other day, we have 29,000. We're the recreational capital of Canada. We are 50 kilometers from Vancouver, and we at Under One Roof are the only shelter for 250 kilometers. There are 3 very small rural food banks that ironically have trouble accessing food security. Okay, Squamish Helping Hands is creating opportunity for equity-deserving members of our community with food, shelter, and care. That is what we do. These are necessary in order to create safety and security and ultimately acceptance in order that people can be their best selves. So Squamish Helping Hands is a community solution. At Under One Roof, it's a mixed-use building where the community said yes to welcoming everyone and centralizing housing and healthcare and making it a reality. Squamish community understood the root cause and the interconnectedness of a complex problem. It's a complex problem, it's not a complicated problem. Those are 2 different words, and sometimes we get stuck on the complications of things and just need to understand that they're actually complex. So I want to just share this. I added it at lunch because it's been mentioned a lot today about basic needs, and this is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. And what Squamish Helping Hands does is the very, very bottom of this pyramid, okay? It's called on here physiological needs. So it's breathing, food, water, shelter, clothing, and sleep. Without any of these things, no one can get to the top. So you can't start a solution at the top. You can't start a solution halfway up. You have to start it at the bottom. And most of the speakers today have truly been starting the solution at the bottom. This one I also added because this is the social determinants of health. So housing alone won't determine someone's health. Food alone won't determine someone's health. But all these things together will, and I think Kevin was speaking about it in his presentation, the importance of connection and actually making relationships. They saw better health benefits from those things. So I'm just going to talk a little bit more about Under One Roof right now. It started in the fire hall. So it started with a relationship with the district right away. There was a new fire hall in Squamish, and that fire hall was going to be demolished, and the community came together and said, no, we need a shelter. So it started with 15 mats on the floor, and they started something that was also new in Squamish, which was rescuing food. And so there was a food bank that existed. They did all the non-perishables, but what Squamish Helping Hands did was started collecting all the perishables from all the grocery stores. And so, as the previous executive director shared, people would sleep on mats on the floor, and then the groceries would be around the perimeter of the building. To get that going, there was the Downtown Improvement Association was part of that. The Arts Council was a part of it. BC Housing was a part of it. The RCMP were a part of it. Squamish Community Social Service, Vancouver Coastal Health, Ministry of Family and Children and Development, the district, bylaw, faith-based communities. They all were part of what is now Squamish Helping Hands and puts us at Under One Roof. So Under One Roof now is been scaled up to 70 people a night. You'll see that's the building there. The second floor is the emergency shelter program, and the top 2 floors are transitional and supportive housing. On the right side, you'll see the food bank in the lower corner, and on the left corner is our primary care clinic. We also serve community food, about 150, 200 meals a day to anyone in the community that needs it. Across the street, kitty corner, that you can't see it, is the overdose prevention site. We are also operating that for Vancouver Coastal Health. And you'll notice a lot of these pictures here are outside because a lot of our work happens outside. If you can achieve both organizational mission and community support your solution, you will have a confounding effect. If you navigate tension and find shared solutions, the impact will be so much greater. So this is our vision and mission. Our vision is to create a safe and healthy community for all. I'm sure that's why you guys are all here. We all share a very similar vision. We have community outreach. We do shelter programs, health and well-being, and food security. Now, all those things can't come separately. We find that the shared values of our community and the staff and participants that use the services all value from all these things being in one spot. I think it was Kevin that spoke about stigma and people not accessing healthcare, and that has huge social determinants of how they make decisions. So we put that in the same building. The collective impact-based shared knowledge collective impact is asset-based. I've heard a lot today about mapping the gaps and mapping things we don't have, and I really think we have to reframe that and start talking about the assets we have and leveraging those assets. We talked about community solutions, and when I was meeting with Leigh and Kate prior to this, I discovered that the thread through Under One Roof was actually relationships, and so I thought I might speak to that a little bit. Relationships are fostered when you figure out why you are in that relationship and you figure out the gift you are bringing to it. Relationship is a noun in which two or more concepts, objects, or people are connected. Synonym is connection, correlation, association, alliance, and interdependence of. And I think interdependence is really key. It speaks to what I said in my land acknowledgement about how everything is connected and everything affects everything else. Relatio is the Latin term, and it means bringing back, restoring the ability to form a stable relationship. Stable relationships, we all know, start with food, care, warmth, protection, stimulation, and contact. You will notice I will quote and thank several people and elders that I've met. These are important relationships that I have built, maintained, and fostered to create belonging in Squamish. We've also talked a lot about this today, the importance of small steps and big steps and how attainable things are when you just take a small step. I love this imagery here. I have it up in my office. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a few different relationships. This is relationships with the participants. This is an amazing human that lives at Under One Roof. I say people with lived experience. They actually don't like the term. They prefer to be referred to as peer educators. And if you think of how that lands, it lands a lot differently than participant. They have something to give. They're experts. They're the educators. They know what's best. And so we really, really have to consult with the participants about what they need and not what we think they need. Stigma was also referred to today. Stigma is a barrier to seeking care and what can influence people to not seek out supports when they need them. Stigma is a negative attitude, a prejudice or false belief that is associated with specific traits, circumstances, or health symptoms. It is basically a form of discrimination and is perpetuated because of misinformation or not understanding the reasons why people may be experiencing mental health or substance use challenges. Basically, you are stigmatizing someone if you don't believe they can be a contributing member of society. Remember, everyone has a gift, and everyone has something to offer. Okay, this is a picture of hope. Molly Kawartha is a climate change activist. She has bipolar disorder and she has worked in the Obama administration. She describes hope as a mindset, not a feeling. She explains that to create and hold on to hope, you need a goal, you need agency, and you need a pathway to get there. So with our participants, we help create the goals. Squamish Helping Hands supports the participant in creating a sense of control in their life. And today, together, we are creating the pathway to hope. It's important to recognize in the land of nonprofits with grants and required data to report that you must remember that relationships are always more important than the program. Programming is not what is done to the person with predetermined outcomes, but it is co-creating the pathway to hope that they can stick to it. I just wanted to share a quick story of my dad. We had a dog when my dad got sick, and a couple of years went by, and my dad, his personality changed, and the dog unfortunately passed away, and we all decided as a family, oh, Dad needs a new dog, Dad needs a dog. And we gave him the dog, and he rejected the dog. And we never asked my dad if he wanted a new dog. What my dad wanted was the old dog. So it's important to really listen and convene and consult the people who it's affecting. So this is my solution for participants. Pizza has also been mentioned 4 times today. I also want to say I had dinner with Lori Elliott, who's a board of directors at Harmony Center. We had pizza last night. We serve pizza to the participants a lot. We gather them and convene, and we listen. What's come out of this is community cleanups, and it's a really reciprocal relationship when participants go out in the community for a small honorarium and pride, and they clean up the neighborhood. They literally pick up the garbage. And then what you get there is the reciprocity of the community members and the neighbors saying thank you, and the difference it makes to the neighbors seeing participants actually participating in the community and the participants feeling the purpose. Next, I want to talk about the relationship to your staff and make sure that you are caring for the people that are caring for the people. This is the amazing Maddie, Aline, and Yurik. They work with us at Squamish Helping Hands. And the best thing you can do is co-create with them and have them be part of the solution. Onboarding these individuals is so crucial to the success of your mission. I cannot say that enough. What I've learned in nonprofits is that it's based on the fit of the individual, not the skill set. Make sure you talk about your values of your organization in the interview. Make sure you align. What else do I want to say here? It's important we gather every day. We have a daily huddle in the morning. We keep it to 5 or 10 minutes. We do shout outs, we be specific, and we use the names of folks. We do the yays, we celebrate our wins. We use a pleasant calendar to anchor our day, not the critical incident we had, not the overdose we had, but the pizza we had last night or the bird that we heard chirping on the way to work. We praise and share our concern, and then we get to the business and acknowledge the need to release things that we can't control. The solution here for your staff, I believe, is giving them the tools they need to succeed. The best thing you can do to prevent burnout in social service is, in my humble opinion, is creating healthy boundaries and training people. Vicki Reynolds is an amazing activist, and she shares that there is no such thing as burnout. Burnout is when you start working against your values. So treat people to have boundaries around their values. To be clear is to be kind. Boundaries are safety for both people in the relationship. The other thing is verbal intervention training, giving them the tools they need to verbally de-escalate something. We did a violence risk prevention assessment in our society, and the biggest risk for violence was verbal escalation, and so we have onboarded everyone with training how to bring it down, and it has lowered all our statistics of critical incidents. All right, next thing. I want to talk a little bit about relationships with the board. So this is my chair of the board. I can tell you right now, if you increase the gratitude, it will increase the optimism, and it reframes negativity. Make sure the folks on your board are specific to your locale, so they share the same collective impact. I spoke a bit about at lunch about diverse perspectives on the board, creating trust on the board. Training and learning together has been key for this team. My board chair in particular likes to gather and convene personally. He tries to get everybody in the same room. The solution I offer to building your relationship with the board is something called Land Labor Legal, and I learned this at Whistler Community Services, and it forces disclosure and it forces transparency to your board of directors of anything that has to do with your land, anything that has to do with your labor relations, and anything that might be going on legally in your society, things that the executive director tends for the board to not want to know. This helps you disclose those things and really helps to build trust. Next thing, relationships with the neighbors. An elder of Squamish Nation shared with me once that it wasn't about truth and reconciliation for her. It was about joy and reciprocity. I reflect on that a lot. A neighborhood is where everyone is cared for. It is comprised of the skills and attributes of diverse members. It is reciprocal. It creates belonging and co-relationship. Make sure you hear from the silent neighbors. Be inclusive. They have gifts. Just because they're silent doesn't mean they don't have a gift. At Under One Roof, when we first brought everything under one roof into the building, we had a good neighbor policy. Our district leads with a good neighbor policy, and we created a good neighbor policy with our participants and our stratas and neighbors around us. The solution I offer for relationship with your neighbors is the art of neighboring, quite frankly. Dave Runyon used to be a pastor, and he's now a community leader. He was working with different municipalities, and they were trying to bring crime down and bylaw interactions down, and what they stumbled upon was the art of neighboring. And so he suggests that this little tic-tac-toe board, and you put yourself in the middle of it, and that you intentionally know and meet the 8 neighbors that are surrounding you. And I think folks in older generations, neighboring was a big thing, and I think for folks our age and younger, neighboring isn't a big thing. Everyone seems to be quite insular. And there is data that says that the crime has gone down, bylaw interactions went down, and the social return on investment of the art of neighboring was huge. It guarantees that you're part of someone's world that is totally different than you. Okay, next I want to talk a little bit about relationships to municipality. I respect all the municipal leaders in this room, but I will say that I believe that municipalities are underutilized superpowers of our country. I'm not kidding. They are the bridges to federal and provincial government. They have responsibility to reveal the truth and to dispel misinformation. Those create stigma. They have communication capacity, which most nonprofits don't have. They can create safe spaces for neighbors to share their gifts. They have convening power and can coordinate action. They can create task force, intergenerational projects. They can streamline development approvals. They can do early council review. They can commit resources and pursue grant applications. They can respond transparently to public feedback. If they don't have land, they can remove barriers to get land. They can match-make developers to different projects. They can amend zoning bylaws. They can actually amend the official community plans. They can support in operations with fee relief, tax relief, service agreements, community health centers, and in-kind expertise that just are not at the fingertips of nonprofits. Do not take resistance personally. Keep advocating and educating. Conflict is not bad. Conflict is an opportunity. It's how we care for each other afterwards that's the opportunity. It can be transformative. Conflict avoidance can stifle relationships and prevent us from doing the work we really want to do. Be courageous. With the municipality, it should always be, who can I talk to next? Never leave an office at the municipality without saying, who can I talk to next? I'm super fortunate. I have a bat phone to my mayor. I also have a bat phone to the watch commander of the RCMP. It's my relationship with the mayor who taught me that good community leaders actually convene. So yay, Leigh, for convening us all here today. You're an incredible leader. Last week, our mayor convened our community at the mayor drop-in with a food rescue lunch. And as we all know, with the pizza, food builds relationships. And we are trying to build relationships in Squamish with our whole Sea to Sky community. It's quite similar to what you've got going here in Grey Bruce or Bruce Grey? Grey Bruce. Okay, here's my solution. Craig, are you still here? I have your solution. Where are you? Are you still here? Okay, good. This is the collective impact of our community and how we all work together. This is our first annual fundraiser called Coldest Night of the Year. This is the first year we did it. There were over 200 walkers. We raised $85,000 for Squamish Helping Hands. Okay, the solution I offer for working with the municipality and all the partners is a community action team. This is what we do in Squamish. It's a team of local leaders united. It's neighbors, it's businesses, it's government and service providers and RCMP and peer educators. And we share the top priorities in our community right now. We have a term of reference, and we work collectively towards goals that benefit everyone, that are reciprocal. We share stories, we share challenges and solutions. We do smudges with First Nations. We welcome Chamber of Commerce, CAOs, the GM of Public Safety, person without a home, a user of the overdose prevention site, a dog walking neighbor. We promote unity and equity for our neighborhood. Francis Ford Coppola, when he made The Godfather, a journalist asked him to explain the difference between a good movie and a bad movie. You know what he said? He said, in a good movie, everybody is making the same movie. There you have it. Okay, and last and not least, certainly not least, is relationships with First Nations and how we can learn and be reciprocal in these relationships. You must recognize the interconnectedness of all things. What I have learned from my relationship with elders and in my personal decolonization journey is that nature has rights and humans have responsibilities. We have responsibilities to give each other a good life. Elders' attributes, keep these in mind when you're building relationships in your community. There's 4 that typically make an elder an elder. One is care. They desire for another person to be happy, healthy, and safe. The second is belief. They always believe that someone is capable. The third is contribution, serving others in a way that improves their life. And the fourth is culture and spirit, and living in a way that is consistent with your place in the universe. This is Joyce Williams and her family. They're amazing. So I offer this solution for your nonprofit or your community group or your convening center to create a healing circle with your First Nations. We have a young girl, she's not an elder, but she is Squamish Nation, and she comes in once a month and she normalizes culture for everyone, and sometimes she does smudges, she brings medicines. Last month we made Devil's Club beads to ward off evil spirits, but she shares it, and it's very inclusive, and anyone can take part of it. And we have a resident actually who is Squamish First Nations, and she's a resident. She's been living with us, and we always ask her when we lose someone or there's a passing or something bad in the building happens if she'll smudge the building, and she's always been shy and hasn't done it for us. And since we started these healing circles 3 months ago, she's smudging for us regularly. My plea today is to connect with the connectors. Our towns are small enough to create opportunity, but they are also big enough to really do something about it. We all want the same thing. We all want prosperity, and we all want safety. Scott McAfee is the chairperson of the National Coalition of Poverty Reduction, and he says, making our world a better place makes the world a better place. And so all you have to do is take that small step in your world. That is ultimately making the world a better place. I just want to share some resources of gratitude that I mentioned today. There's The Art of Neighboring by Dave Runyon, check it out. Asset-Based Community Development by Cormac Russell, incredible book. Tamarack Institute has free webinars, expensive webinars, workshops, gatherings. They're incredible. A lot of the learning of my leadership has come from there. Also, the Community Healthcare System Support Playbook is about how municipalities can be part of the solution. And most of all, I want to share gratitude for my board for empowering me to be better and do better as my unique self. Thank you. Kit, did I make it? Did I make it? I made it, okay. 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you so much, Lori. And once again, it's time to sing so that we can make it through the afternoon, sitting so much. I'm a regular hiker, so I've probably, on most days, have hiked 2, at least 3, maybe 3 hours by this time in the day. So we'll get a chance to stretch. But I'd also like to acknowledge our technical wizards that are working with us today. Ed Matthews, back at the board there, one-armed head. And Pete Miller up at the front. Wave your hand. You're hiding behind. There he is. And also just once again to acknowledge the Harmony Center here and how fabulous this facility is for all kinds of events, but for this kind of a conference to use the multi-rooms and that sort of thing. It's just, it's great to have been part of the development over the last few years of this organization and this building. Heat pumps. Who's got a heat pump in their house? Yeah, lots of people, because this facility now is totally run by heat pumps, having replaced the major gas-fired boiler system in the basement a couple of years ago with federal funding, thank you, to replace all those units with heat pumps. And other than cleaning ice away in the winter and things like that, they work fabulous. It's a learning experience. So we're going to have a little bit more music, and then we're going to have a break, a 15-minute break, and we'll be back here. I'll say a little bit more after David's done his songs, but it's time. Oh my God, what's that thing on your lap?
Well, you know, there's a guitar. This is a cigar.
David Sereda, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a dulcimer. So yes, you won your bet. Yeah, that's what it is. And it's really angry now that I made the cigar joke. So where are we ahead of schedule? Oh, I shouldn't have said that on mic. So does that mean that I still have my whole 15 minutes? Oh my gosh, look at that. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do like this. So now there's 3 people watching me. So this is a dulcimer, and I thought with all the talking and the singing, it might be nice to hear something made of wood and strings for a bit. Remember that song that we did together, the new one? Let's see. All of the ways, all of the ways. That one? So how you frame a song or you frame an event has huge impact. So we were singing, this is where my old eyes, I need a third hand. Let's see how I can do it. All of the ways, all of the ways. Good. Now the thing about singing is, you have to. I know that those words are in your head, and now you have to breathe out and and engage your vocal cords. I know it's after lunch. All of the ways. That's right. Now we'll do it together. All of the ways, you're right, I'm wrong, here we go. All of the ways, one more. All of the ways we disagree. All of the ways we are not, you are not me, there it is. All of the ways there's common ground. All of the ways we are found. All of the ways, all of the ways, remember. All of the ways, all of the ways. So, what if we change just 2 words in that song? So instead of all of, I want you to sing. You know how that feels? You remember how that felt? All of the ways, right? Singing that, right? How does this feel if you just changed all of to I love? They're very close. All of, I love. They're different. I love. So I want you to practice that. I love the ways, right? I love the ways. 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 I love the ways we disagree. I love the ways you are not me. I love the ways we are the same. I love the ways that we can't name. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways there's common ground. I love the ways that we are bound. I love the ways we understand. I love the ways we cannot plan. I love the ways. 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 So I asked people to, I love the ways, contribute some lines during lunch, and some people bit, I love the ways. So, all of the difference you can't see. Don't be afraid, just be with me. Come with me and we will go to a garden where we all can grow. And I love the ways, I love the ways, I love the ways. the ways. I love the ways we disagree. I love the ways you are not me. I love the ways that I can't see. I love the ways to harmony. Harmony. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways. One more. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways. I love the ways. Thank you. Two little words. I like both songs, but they're two different songs, aren't they? Both can be good. So thank you. That was another world premiere. Thank you. It was a world premiere. Amazing. How many world premieres have been in that? That's measure the things you love. I read that somewhere. We always talking about metrics, you know, final reports and how many coffee cups were, etc. What do you love? That's what we should be measuring in all of our work. Like, what's our vision? What do we love? What do we aspire to? That's how close are we getting to that? This is a song that came here with Freedom Seekers. That's a ding dong. Hello, ding. Am I donging? I can't be donging yet. I got 6 minutes and 43 seconds according to my clock. I'm keeping track. I've got the receipts. I'm on my way to Canaan land. That means promised land. I'm on my way to Canaan land, Canaan land. I'm on my way to Canaan land, to Canaan land. I'm on my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. So, it occurred to me that maybe some of you don't want to sing glory, hallelujah, because it means praise to God. Maybe some of you don't believe in a greater power. So for you people, and that's totally fine, you can sing, oh yeah, I'm on my way. Because that's, you know, a way of saying glory, right? So, oh yeah, I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. Same thing. So this song is built by a community of people. Those people were kidnapped from Africa, and the ones that survived and made it to North America were enslaved. And music was a way that they could have community and they could find their own freedom. And it also gave them messages like Canaan land actually isn't just a Bible verse, but it's code for somewhere at the end of the Underground Railroad. That's right here. So those freedom seekers followed that song and many other songs to bring them to places like this, which were safe haven. I'm on my way. Where'd you go? You know, Harriet Tubman was famous. She was small and she had a gun. And she would use it. If somebody wasn't with her, if they wanted to set out with her, she counted them, and if you weren't going, like you come on. She didn't lose, unlike any other train, she never lost a passenger. So, you showed up, let's show up in the song. I'm on my way, to Canaan land. I'm on my way to Canaan land. Yeah, I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. Everybody on there. I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. Had a mighty hard time, but I'm on my way. Had a mighty hard time, oh, but I'm on my way. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. I'm falling and rising, and I'm on my way. I'm falling and rising, and I'm on my way. I'm falling and rising, and I'm on my way. I'm on my way. I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. If you won't go, don't hinder me. If you won't go, don't hinder me. If you won't go, don't hinder me. 'Cause I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way. And I won't turn back. I'm on my way. Oh, I won't turn back. I'm on my way. I won't turn back. Oh, I'm on my way. Glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way to Canaan land. I'm on my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. I'm on my way, glory, hallelujah, I'm on my way. Thank you. So that cycle of songs, that huge ocean of songs that those people who were enslaved, who became the freedom seekers, who came here, called the spirituals. And I had the great honor of singing at the with a song circle composed of community members at quite a few emancipation picnics. Emancipation Picnic is probably the longest running festival in North America, 160 some years now. And I have 25 seconds. So I'm going to leave you with a song about a garden, a little tiny song about a garden. I'm going to give you a little bit of it. Call and response. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses, the roses. Water the roses, the roses. Put it together. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses, the roses. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses, the roses. Keep going. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses, the roses. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses, the roses. One more, we hear harmony. Water the roses, not the thorns. Water the roses.
It's just been great so far. So we have one more break coming up. And it's, again, in the Commons for a little bit of coffee and maybe some dessert if Barry left us any. But I'm really excited. We've got one more speaker, Gwen Patrick, speaking on behalf of Fogo Island, the Shorefast Institute. And the economic nutrition for the places we live. I think it's a very interesting, kind of enigmatic title, but I have a feeling it's going to have a lot of importance for what we're facing as a country right now. So have a great break, and we'll see you back after the break. Thanks.
Next up, and certainly last but not least, Gwen Patrick, and her topic, economic nutrition for the places we live. Gwen works at the Financial Innovation Lead. She is the lead, Shorefast Institute at Fogo Island, Newfoundland. NL, I got that right, okay. Gwen Patrick oversees financial and economic toolset development at the Shorefast Institute. She grew up on Salt Spring Island, oh, I love that place, BC, where she established the Foundation of Youth, a local youth advisory committee. And while at Queen's University, she received the Kehoe Fellowship, enabling her to intern with Shorefast on Fogo Island, where she returned after working in public accounting. So I forgot to mention that after her name is CPA. Okay, the final speaker for today. Let's put our hands together and welcome Gwen Patrick.
I have to start by saying thank you all so much for having me and welcoming me to Owen Sound. Just listening here today and hearing what everyone does and is doing for the community and all the passion here has been so inspirational. And you should all be so proud, really, of the work and all the people that are here in the room today. Speaking, and I'll tell you about Salt Spring, but this is years away from happening on Salt Spring Island. Years away. So having all these people in the room listening to each other is just incredible. So I'll stop there. I'll stop my praises, but no, I could go on. I'm going to talk to you about economic nutrition, which is one of the tool sets under Shorefast, and you can see it there on the screen, but it's really about tool sets that we're putting together to tie capital, all forms of capital, closer to the places that we live. So I'm going to start by placing our conversation, so talking to you a little bit about where I'm from, and as well as where Shorefast is from, to help better understand the context of our work. And then I'll be talking about Shorefast, diving into economic nutrition, and then where we're going next, and how I hope you can get involved. So my name is Gwen Patrick, and I'm from Salt Spring Island, BC. I was born in North Delta, close to Surrey, and then at a young age, my sister and my parents and I moved to Salt Spring. Salt Spring is about an hour from the top to the bottom drive. It's a population of around 12,000 people, though it could be more, full-time residents. In the summer, that number way more than doubles with tourism and people that are coming there at their part-time residencies. Salt Spring Island is an extremely passionate place. It's filled with people that love Salt Spring Island more than they love anything else. Everyone's involved, everyone's a volunteer, everyone's fighting for something, everyone's attended a protest, and we are lovingly nicknamed, from all of our fellow islands, the argument surrounded by water. Everyone's so passionate that they think that whatever they're doing is what everyone else should be doing. And whatever someone else is doing is wrong. When in reality, everyone just loves Salt Spring Island so much that if they all came in the room like you've all come in the room today, I bet we'd all end up at a similar place and realize that everything that everyone's doing has value, but we're not there yet. So I grew up there, and just like everyone from Salt Spring, I'm extremely passionate about Salt Spring Island. I love it. I was extremely involved, and I was seeing tools like business and tools like money have a negative impact on our community. So that's why I went off to business school at Queen's, which was an extreme culture shock, let me tell you. I learned about private schools. That's new. But the best thing to come out of my degree was I got the chance to go to Fogo Island. And I was blown away that an island on the opposite coast of a country could have so many shared problems to my island, but also how two islands in the same country of similar size could be so different, and there was so much to learn from each other. And while I was there, I met an incredible accountant, my colleague Diane Hodgins, who was working on something called economic nutrition. And I thought, wow, I thought all accountants were boring. I thought I'd never want to be one. And then when I saw what amazing work you could do with numbers, I went off, got my CPA, worked in Big Four at public accounting for a while, and now I'm finally back with Shorefast, leading that very same project. So where is Fogo Island? If you're not familiar, the heart is my home, Salt Spring. The star is Fogo Island on the very opposite coast of our country. A fun fact, the flat earthers believe it's one of the four corners of the earth. Because when you're standing and looking off at the Atlantic, you'd think it. So I could understand. And there's us here, Owen Sound. And I'm actually living in Toronto. Why? Because I work, and as I'll talk about later, with communities across the country. And if you've ever tried to get anywhere in Canada, Toronto's not the middle, but it feels like the middle when we're talking about rural access and accessing our communities and places across Canada. I talked a little bit about this earlier, but I could probably speak this whole time about rural access and transportation, but I'm not. But come find me later if you want to talk about it. But it's a huge problem. Zooming in now to Newfoundland, Fogo Island is on the east coast. It's about a 5-hour drive and a ferry from St. John's, or about an hour drive and a ferry from the closest international airport, Gander. You might know Gander if you've ever seen the musical Come From Away, but if you haven't or aren't familiar with their story, the town of Gander and the airport played an incredible role during the attacks of 9/11, welcoming people from around the world in an incredible Newfoundland town. So please shout out the musical if you haven't seen it or read the story. It's beautiful. So this is Fogo Island. It's made up of 10 distinct cultural communities surrounding the island. It's a population of around 2,500 people, but at the peak of the inshore fishery in the 60s, it was over 5,000. It's bigger than Salt Spring. It's about 3 to 4 times the size of the island of Manhattan for some geography context. So Fogo Island was originally a summer settlement for the Beothuk indigenous people. It was then one of the earliest European settlements when they came to Newfoundland. And since the mid-1600s, it's been primarily a fishery community. And Fogo Island, as it is today, is absolutely based and built off of the fishery. And you can see in the upper picture, all the way from the mid-1600s, basically, up until the mid-1900s, Fogo Islanders fished the way you see at the top. They fished as a family. Everyone on that boat's probably related in some way or another. And they fished by net, and that worked for hundreds of years. All the way up until the mid-1900s, when you can see the boat on the bottom, the factory trawler came and started taking fish at a dramatically unsustainable rate and going to countries from around the world. This is a quote from our founder, Zita Cobb's father. And many people that are from a one industry town in Canada can probably relate to this quote. So when he saw those boats coming and all the fish leaving, he said, why would anyone in their right mind catch all the fish? They must be turning the fish into money. Many people can relate to this, and the question that we asked, and the question that they asked was, where was all that money going, because it wasn't going to Fogo Island. So in the 1965, the Newfoundland government issued the Resettlement Act because of the fishing stocks. When I say fish, I mean cod. When the cod stocks was declining, the livelihood of these communities were being destroyed. And the government essentially said, you pack up and you leave, or we abandon you, no more services. You can see in the picture, Newfoundlanders, when they pack up and leave, they bring their whole house. They float your house to the next nearest community where they were told to go. But Fogo Islanders are stubborn, and that's one of their best assets. They didn't leave, they stayed. And during that time period, the federal government funded a program called the Challenge for Change. And in that, the National Film Board of Canada, in collaboration with Memorial, came out to Fogo Island and filmed 27 short films. And they screened them to those 10 distinct cultural communities on the island. What I forgot to tell you was that those 10 communities, before this point, did not interact. For various religious and cultural reasons, they did not interact. A town could be just a few kilometers away from another town, and they would not know anyone from it. And this was the first time, all the way up until this point for hundreds of years, that these communities saw each other and saw that they were all facing the same economic hardships as each other. And out of this process, some fishermen got together from each community and started the Fogo Island Co-op, which is now one of Canada's oldest cooperatives and is still running to this day. But unfortunately, cod stocks continued to decline, and in the 1990s, a cod moratorium was enacted, and this just completely devastated the economy of Fogo Island and the economy of rural Newfoundland. During this time period, our founder, Zita Cobb, grew up on Fogo Island, went away, and some of you may know, came into a lot of money. At that point, she decided to start a scholarship on Fogo Island. She'd say, okay, great, you can go off and go to school and make money like I did. When she went back to Fogo Island one time to visit, she got an absolute earful from all the residents saying, what the heck are you doing sending my kids away and they're not coming back? So what Zita and her two brothers, Alan and Anthony, did was they started Shorefast. And the mission of Shorefast, it's a registered charity, that's to build economic and cultural resilience on Fogo Island. That's to build a second economic arm in addition to the fishery. Everything we do is still in support of the fishery, but it's to give more kids, when they go away, an option to come back and get jobs and employment to keep the population where it is. So this is a bit about our model. So Shorefast is a registered charity, but instead of a typical charitable endowment, we own businesses. We own now 5 businesses, but it started with one that some of you might know called the Fogo Island Inn, which I'll talk a little bit about briefly. Those businesses, we run, everything those businesses do are in support of the community and the economy of Fogo Island. If there are any surpluses, they go into the charitable programs, and the remainder of the charitable programs, like economic nutrition, are funded federally and through philanthropy. So this model has been working well on Fogo Island now for over 20 years. Since we've started, personal income per capita has more than doubled on Fogo Island, 30% more than the provincial average of Newfoundland. That's not just all us. It's an amazing group of businesses, and it also owed to the fishery and the cooperative and the amazing work that they're doing as well. And that number has more than doubled for women. So we've had a lot of success, and we've had a lot of places reach out to us asking to learn from our model, come out to Fogo Island, learn about the economic development work that we're doing, and can we do anything in their community too? And we have not had the capacity to even open some of these emails. I heard today that Pat had sent us an email, and we never got back to it. That's because we've been so Fogo Island focused this whole time, we have not had the capacity to work or even think of another place off the island. Until recently, we've now started the Shorefast Institute for Place-Based Economies, which is what I work through, which is all about taking our economic development tools that we've used on Fogo Island and translating them into resources for communities now across Canada and the world. But I'll get into that a little bit more later. I'll talk a tiny bit about the Fogo Island Inn, though mainly I'll try to focus on economic nutrition. So the Fogo Island Inn, pictured here, is our first and largest community business that we run, and it's really an economic development engine. What I mean by that is that we think about economic development differently. It's not just about jobs. It's about creating an engine that sustains the economy and serves the places that we live. The Fogo Island Inn, for example, doesn't just reinvest its profits into the charity that go back to the community of Fogo Island, but also we invest in the community through every expense and every decision that we make. So for instance, that building there, that all came from Fogo Island. If it didn't come from Fogo Island, the materials came from Newfoundland. If they didn't come from Newfoundland, they came from Canada. And if they didn't come from Canada, they came from a country with labor laws that were good or better than Canadian labor laws. And I'll tell you a secret, there's one thing that didn't fit that. It's the electrical outlets. We tried and tried to find another solution, but couldn't for building code purposes. So now you know a secret when you look in that building. That's the little one that slipped through the cracks. And that was to build the building, which cost $50 million, took 8 years, and finished in 2013. That was mainly through our founder, 80% our founder and other philanthropists, and 20% government funding. And we still operate the business with that same procurement strategy, so all of our expenses fit the same way. And if you can imagine, this is not cheap. So one of the purposes behind building this inn was looking at and following a process mentioned earlier called asset-based community economic development. That's looking at the assets in the place and how do you bring the potential of those assets forward. That's what we see development as. It's not just putting in a luxury condo building per se. It's looking at the community and what does the community need, and that informs what the development is. And the tricky part with this is that, like I said, it's not cheap, and about the price to stay for a night at this hotel is about $3,000 a night. This goes up and this goes down on peak season or low season. So we're facing an issue where you hear that price and your jaw should drop. It should. When you hear a price that high, you should ask, like they asked with the fish, where does all that money go? So we needed a tool to help people show where the money goes, as well as to show some of our procurement practices and what we do. But I should also mention that the purpose behind this being truly that high-end establishment when building this is that the biggest asset on Newfoundland, or one of the biggest, is their natural hospitality. So we knew that we wanted to get into the tourism sector. We picked this extremely high price point because we had the capital to do something that could be globally recognized as it has been. And it's allowed community members to more easily come into the accommodation sector by opening B&Bs and other establishments at much more lower and accessible price points. And that was all part of the vision. And we now have a thriving sector of accommodators. So to help show where our money goes, we created something called economic nutrition. And what this is it's a tool based off of our food nutritional labeling. So when I go to the grocery store, maybe I'll go tonight. It's Saturday night, I'm not really thinking about anything, I'm just gonna grab some chips and enjoy them this evening. But sometimes I might have some friends coming over and maybe someone's watching their sodium. Maybe I have a friend that has a particular allergy, so I need to read the label. Maybe I have my own health goals and I need to check the calories. If I want to, I can take a look at the food nutrition labeling and I can make choices informed on my health goals. We took this concept to see if we could give people more information to make choices based on the economic health of their local communities. So the purpose behind this was that price isn't telling the full story. So just like we have a jaw-dropping price, you'll also see some prices that are shockingly low. And when you see a really low price for something, it's important to think, why is this price so low? Could there be other costs, other environmental or social costs that maybe aren't being included in that label? So we find that price alone when shopping does not tell the full story. So we've tried to create something that tells the stories better of the places and the businesses that you're buying a product from. And then how it works for us is that it goes beyond a made in Canada or a made locally label. It shows more. It shows exactly how much money is staying in your place, in your region, in the country, and then going internationally. But it also shows you what your money pays for. So this is an example. You can see our latest nutrition label for the Fogo Island Inn. The top shows where the money goes. Over half every time you stay remains on Fogo Island, it never leaves. About another 16% stays in Newfoundland, 26% to Canada, and then only 4% of the money is going off shores. And then you can look at what it pays for. Our biggest expense is salaries and wages at over half. The industry standard for accommodations is about 30%. This is really important to us, as one of the best ways to keep money tethered locally is to pay it out through wages so that your employees can keep putting money more in the places that they're living. This is important. Also, all of our employees have health and benefits, the same one I do at every level at the hotel. And the inn employs over 200 people now on Fogo Island. Another expense I'll call out is our debt that we took on during COVID. So I think it was mentioned today, but COVID wasn't great for anybody. And a tough decision that we had to make was either lay everybody off during COVID or take on debt and keep as many people employed as possible, and that's what we did. And we're still paying it off. You can see it's 3% of our annual costs now going to debt. So this was a really successful tool for us. We use these labels. Not only has it helped tell the story, it's been the best thing that we've ever created to communicate our story and our spending to other people. It's also created a lot of accountability with the community, showing them here, this is exactly what we're doing, this is how we're spending your money, this is how we're reinvesting it for you. But it's also been an internal accountability tool. So for the Fogo Island Inn, for example, we know that we always want to hit at least half the money staying on Fogo Island, and we use it to benchmark. So it's been successful. Oh, I'll go back. It's been successful, so we've rolled it out to all of our businesses. So I mentioned we now have 5. We started with the workshops. We built all the furniture on Fogo Island with materials that came from Fogo Island with building the hotel, and people really liked it, so now we sell furniture. This is our hand-lined cod business, so we catch fish one at a time and sell to restaurants as far east as, I guess as far west from Fogo Island as Toronto. We won't go farther because we believe the rest should be salmon then on the other side, so we only want to send the cod so far. And then we also have, this is the most important business, Growler's Ice Cream. It's honestly everyone's favorite. You'd think it'd be the inn, but running a Michelin hotel is really stressful. So this is our fuel. If the inn is our economic engine, Growler's Ice Cream is our fuel. It's the favorite business, honestly, on the whole island, and the favorite of everyone that comes and visits. It's very important. You can see about 40% stays on Fogo Island. That's mainly labor. And then another 40% stays in Newfoundland, as we have to source all of our dairy and eggs on Fogo Island. But don't get Zita Cobb started. She really wants to bring cows, and she really wants to get a dairy farm. That's another conversation. We're too busy right now to start a dairy farm. And then this is our latest business that we started in 2023. This is a funny one because we didn't want to start it. We didn't want it, which I know sounds horrible to it. It's great. It's called the Storehouse Restaurant. But we don't actually want to own and operate all the businesses on Fogo Island. We don't at all. If anything, the vision was to start the businesses and spin them out to other people. So we offer business assistance loans to anyone wanting to come and start a business or wanting to grow their existing business on Fogo Island. But in order for us to hit our spend targets, our local spend targets, we need a robust supply chain network that's diverse and local and isn't just us. So we didn't actually want to get into the restaurant business at all. But during COVID, a beloved restaurant shut down, and at that time, no one wanted to buy it, so we did. So now we've started the Storehouse, which celebrates local recipes and historical recipes and cooking, and is a foodways programming center as well that does cooking classes. So I want to head back and dive back into a little bit the Shorefast Institute for Place-Based Economies, which is the part of Shorefast that I'm a part of, and why I'm based in Toronto, even though I'd really want to be close to an ocean, but I'm not, and that's okay. I've learned to love Ontario. And the Shorefast Institute came about from something called the Community Economies Pilot, which we ran in 2021 to 2022. And that's where we worked with 5 communities across Canada, and we asked the question, how do we strengthen our local economies? And the biggest thing that came out of that was that turns out a lot of places in Canada are facing the same problems. While many are unique, they're incredible places, they have very unique assets, very unique stories, a lot of the problems we were facing were not unique. And what came out of that was we need to work closer together. We need more innovative and more bold solutions as well. So the Shorefast Institute for Place-Based Economies It builds, learns, and shares new economic development practices across Canada to build more prosperous economies serving the places that we live. And we're doing that through building out a learning center, so that's both a physical center on Fogo Island as well as a digital resource hub. We're creating new financial and economic and accounting tool sets that help tether capital closer to the places we live. That's both financial capital, but like I said, that's also human capital, cultural capital, natural capital, all forms. And we're also building a network of places across Canada so that we can communicate to each other, talk about our problems, see what's happening in other places, and get inspired and share good news stories too, like all the stories that I heard today. And economic nutrition fits in because this is one of our flagship financial innovation tools that we're now putting out through the Institute. So economic nutrition has, up until today, only been available to our own businesses. It's all we've had the capacity and resources to do. So this summer, we're launching a pilot to now welcome businesses from across Canada, if they would like to, now create that label as well to help communicate their story and to help build a pricing transparency movement now in Canada. We're also designing a lighter version of this. So as I mentioned, Fogo Island and our organization's quite large. It's been around for 20 years. We have an incredible accounting team. Heck, I'm an accountant. It's not easy to build this label that you've seen. I also have audited businesses of all sizes in this country, and I can tell you that many don't track this type of information that you need to put this label together. So we're also creating a lighter version, which is for businesses that are on their way to building this label, and then some wraparound services and resources to get them on their way there. We're also doing economic nutrition coaching, which is also helping businesses get certified, but also coming out to places to speak about economic nutrition or offering more tailored local procurement strategy support for businesses. And then we're putting out additional resources and guides on how to strengthen your local economy and tether capital closer to place. So the Shorefast Institute, we've secured funding and are launching at the end of 2025. And this program is taking place during the summer to pilot and then hopefully officially launch this as another business arm to support the Institute in 2026. And I think something that's important to mention too with economic nutrition is it often gets confused with shopping local and that all your purchases should be local. Something that's really important to our work is based on a poem called The Art of Walking Upright, which says that 1 foot is for holding on and 1 foot is for reaching out. Not everything can be done in isolation. If we didn't have those incredible filmmakers come to Fogo Island, I wouldn't be here talking to you today about our work. If we didn't create this international inn, I was telling a funny story earlier, but the inn brought a couple over from China and they came to Fogo Island and they asked to go fishing. They went fishing with a couple of guys from the co-op and they caught a sea cucumber and they chucked it back in the ocean. And the couple went, "My gosh, what are you doing? That's delicious." Long story short, now the co-op has a huge thriving sea cucumber business. It would never have happened if we didn't bring other people from outside our country here to come and see this work. So it's not all about local focus. And also, we're all from a small place, or many of us are. It's not practical. Economic nutrition is also about making the financial choices that allow you to stay in the place that you want to be. And that's not always necessarily buying local. It's also about ownership, looking at who owns the companies. It's also about their employment principles. Are they paying their people living wages? It's those types of questions that are important to think about. But as we all know, this isn't a end-all be-all. Our goal for all of our businesses is not to spend 100% necessarily on Fogo Island. So I'll end with a quote from our founder, Zita Cobb, which essentially is getting at the point that as a lot of us feel and a lot of us know that the economy has really fallen out of our hands, especially more now than ever. We're losing a lot of Canadian economic agency. And that's an awful feeling for a community and a place to feel. So what our work is based around is creating new economic models for us to help put the economy back in service of the places we live, because a Canada is a collection of incredible community economies that are all diverse, and having a collection of prosperous economies across this country then together creates a national prosperous economy as well. But just looking at the economy from a whole top-down picture doesn't necessarily mean that the economy in your place is improving. If Canada's country as a whole economy is improving, that might just be Toronto, and it's missing out on those other places. So thank you so much for having me. I'm walking away today so inspired, and I'd like to just put out a call that if you or anyone you know has a business that might be interested in economic nutrition, we're opening up our sign up soon. Any business across the country that would like to be a part of our pilot program and to either use the label or start getting certified. Or if anything that I mentioned at all, I know this was a quick one I rushed through, but Shorefast does a lot of stuff. If anything else that we do, arts, our housing work, tourism work, furniture building work, please come talk to me. I'd love to talk about it. I've put my email on the screen, but please reach out also. But thank you so much.
Well, thanks, Gwen. That was inspiring. I'm going to invite my friend Leigh Greaves to just come and stand beside me.
Barry.
So, the one thing I wanted to add, I mean, the day was filled with some very inspiring talks, and I met lots of very inspiring people, and it's encouraging to see all the positive things that people have come up with. I mean, the latest presentation about Fogo Island, I love Newfoundland, and it's just another great reason to visit, you know, and what a hotel, you know. The one thing Leigh and I really haven't talked too much about what we're going to say here, but I'm going to say what I wanted to say, which was, if, okay, thank you. That this event was organized by a committee of the Harmony Center. The Harmony Center is a charitable organization that manages this building, and I'm not going to read those, you can read those. But it was very inspiring to be part of a group that organized this event. And that this event is a subcommittee of the Harmony Center board, and it's open to membership from, you don't have to be a board member to be a member of it. So I'm particularly inspired by the fact that we as an organization can maintain this building and make it available to events like this that are what I would consider social change events. And as an organization, I'm excited to be part of it. So if you want to be on the connection with this group, go on the Harmony Center website and simply sign up to be on the newsletter. And that'll help you be part of what's next.
Great. And also, please do respond to the questionnaire that I think Kate has sent to everyone. We'd love to hear your feedback, how you feel about the day. I know that I've just got so many ideas in my head. It's just been very inspiring all around. It's my lovely job to thank people. I want to thank our sponsors, the Community Foundation, Grey Bruce, and Van Dolder's home team for sponsoring this event. The organizing committee members, everyone here knows that something like this doesn't happen without a bunch of people who are passionate, and I'm gonna name them. So it's Francesca Dobbin, Jeff Eli, Laurie Elliott, Steve Furness, Sandy Koblak, Carol Merton, Kate Mosher, Kevin Moyce, Barry Randall, Marilyn Struthers, and myself, and I got to chair that fabulous group of people, so thanks to all of them. To Kit Pinot for online technical setup, ticketing, and information services, and for doing the timing today. Thank you. Thank you, Kit. Barry Randall for being the guy who first asked the question. There must be a solution somewhere. And for being our charming MC. Sandy Koblak for graciously organizing the hospitality services for everyone today. Ed Matthews, again, for sound and photographic archiving. We are taping this whole event, so it will be available. We'll figure out how we're doing that later on. Pete Miller for sound and lighting. and all things technical. Amy Stuart couldn't be here today, but most of you know Amy, our operations manager, and she does everything so cheerfully and positively. To all our speakers who have come from far and wide, to generously share their experiences, these wonderful problem solvers. Thank you for putting these amazing gifts out there for us to hear about, to think about, to dream about. Our conference coordinator, Kate Mosher, fabulous Kate Mosher, who joined us at just the right time and with a wealth of ability to bring this all together. To all of you who have come to share, to listen, and to support these solutions, because they are going to need our continuing support. Thank you for your time and your commitment to community. Kim Wingrove started this morning by saying something that really hit home with me, and I bet it hit home with you as well. She said, the feds, the province, nobody's coming to save us. And time after time, the speakers that we've heard today have reinforced that truth. They stepped well outside their regular focus and imagined something different. I didn't hear anyone speaking today about the solution that they found all by themselves. All those solutions involve a web of partners, collaborators, contributors, and dreamers. We can't forget the dreamers. So on behalf of the entire board of Harmony Centre, our conference organizing team, thank you all for a truly memorable experience. Safe journey home, everyone. Thank you. You good?